tava pensando em jogar Dark Souls 2 com mod.
Dá pra jogar o 2 online?
Não, sozinha, falando.
Não, eu digo, o 2 ainda dá pra jogar online? É isso que eu queria saber. Ou é tipo o 2, o 3 e o 1 estão sem online?
Não, nenhum deles,
Nenhum?
cara.
Vou mandar um @everyone. Send now.
Do it now.
Que horas são agora?
15.
15h54. Ah, não tem 15. 13 e 4. Por que eu não posso trocar pra PM? Ah,
Teu PC tá em 24.
trocou. 15h55, confirmar. Ok.
Sabe a thumbnail da categoria de Just Chatting do Twitch?
Ah.
Me dá uma raiva, cara, ver aquele sorriso do...
Nossa, mudou o menu do jogo, né? Duh. Como aplica as opções? Back?
Eita. Nossa,
Ah,
a tela
apply.
tá com zoom.
Sim, porque meu monitor é gigante, né? Eu tô arrumando. Aí. Agora só ajustar a resolução. Tem barulho de gente falando. Ai, merda. No fundo do jogo, por que tem barulho de gente falando? Não era pra ter ninguém nesse jogo. Controles. WSD.
São seus...
Jump. Por que tem jump se não pode pular no jogo? What the fuck? Jump, tipo, os que binds, tipo, space.
É só pra falar, tipo, o stand agora pulou, daí você aperta e não acontece nada.
Field of views.
É que nem aqui no começo do Portal 2, tipo, pressiona espaço para falar, dela pula, tá ligado?
Como assim one-handed walking? Como assim andar com uma mão?
Sim, com o mouse. Você segura, tava escrito ali, você segura o botão esquerdo e direito pra andar.
Onde? Em acessibilidades?
Não, no gameplay, no one-handed walking ali.
Ah, tá. Cara, esse jogo é tão bom.
Eu nunca vou esquecer que o Zangado chamava esse jogo de Stanley the Parable, não tipo The Stanley Parable.
Begin the game.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple.
Ah, mesma intro.
His desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons.
Você quer legenda?
Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427
Eu não gosto de legenda.
every day of every
Mas você tá streamando, nossa, velho.
And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy.
Stanley was happy.
And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget.
Ué, mudou
He had been at his
pouco a
desk for
narração?
nearly an hour.
E a intro?
He realized that not one
Stanley.
had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened. This complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid.
Nossa, mudou
Stanley
completamente a
found
narração.
himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Nossa, a sensibilidade tá muito forte. Deixa eu ligar o Your On Board também. Qual a diferença de mouse sensitivity para câmera sensitivity?
Mesma coisa.
Não, tá separado as configurações.
Esse jogo tá trollando já, cara. Você está sendo trollado.
Não muda nada quando troca de um pro outro. Nossa, caralho, velho. Tem aceleração, alguma coisa que não tá... Tá no 1 e tá rápido. Vai, vamos fazer o final mais fácil do jogo.
But Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure. What if he had to make a decision? What if a crucial outcome fell under his...
Ah, eu tenho que ligar a legenda.
Legenda.
Onde que fica a legenda, em geral? Vou pôr pequeno, porque eu odeio a legenda.
Mas o mundo não gira em torno de você, cara.
A estranha minha.
Responsibility. He had never been trained for that. No. This couldn't go anywhere except badly. The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait. Nothing will hurt me. Nothing will break me.
Mine.
In here I can be happy.
Whatever.
I will be happy. Stanley waited. Hours passed. Then days. Had years gone by? He no longer had the ability to tell. But the one thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt, was that if he waited long enough, the answers would come. Eventually, someday, they would arrive. Soon, very soon now, this will end. He will be spoken to. He will be told what to do. Now it's just a little bit closer. Now it's even closer. Here it comes.
Ele não cala a boca. Ai, acabou. Aí, ó, pronto. Fiz o primeiro final do jogo. Hell yeah. Speedrunner.
Ping.
Tem alguma coisa nova?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Modelos 3D tá parecendo tão low poly. Vou fazer outro final que é fácil de fazer.
Mas ele tá rodando em Source ainda, esse troço?
Não, ele roda na Unity, nos dois.
Ah, aí você me explicou outra vez.
Tinha que subir em cima da mesa.
Pula.
Ah, sim. Deixa eu apertar a barra de espaço aqui. Eu ganho o achievement. You can't jump. Daí a legenda do achievement é Seriously, we disable it. Não, acho que não... Acho que talvez tenha que...
Stanley went around
Tem outro
touching
ciclo.
every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference.
Ah, acho que talvez seja
Nor
nessa
did it
sala.
advance the story
Não, não
in
é.
any way.
É você a foto? Não. Cadê o easter egg?
Easter egg.
Não é essa.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
On his left. Não, cara, na direita.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Eu lembro que a primeira vez que eu joguei eu segui certinho a risca o que ele tava falando nas instruções. Primeira vez.
Yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate,
Você
beautifully
conseguiu todos os
constructed room.
finais?
Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in.
Sim, claro.
Damn.
But eager to get back to
son.
business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Barulho de teclado toda vez que eu clico, tá ligado? No jogo. Hey Prince, how you doing? Hi Eugene, I'm fine.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Yes, I go. I'm good, May, as a stupidly abusing mouth. Why abusing? Lots of commissions or something like that?
Look, Stanley,
Ué, antigamente tinha uma cerquinha em volta disso.
foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing in your trust in someone else can be difficult.
A primeira vez que eu tava nesse elevador eu não tinha me tocado que eu podia me jogar naquela paradinha ali.
There's someone you've been
Mas não
neglecting,
começa
Stanley.
Oi?
Someone you've
escola?
forgotten.
Mas não começa a escola?
Please,
Não sei.
stop trying to make every decision
Art
based-
contest, final test and preparation to a move.
I'm asking for her.
I'm asking for her. Oh no.
Stanley, your chance to redeem yourself, to put your work aside, to let her back into your life. She's been waiting.
I love this game. I really do.
That's her, Stanley.
Eu também não tinha me tocado que eu podia desligar o telefone da primeira vez que eu
If
joguei.
you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone. As Stanley picked up the phone, a white light engulfed him, filling him not just with radiance, but with hope. Hope for a life reunited one... Wait. Oh, goodness.
Oh goodness.
Stanley, did you just unplug the phone? No, that wasn't supposed to be a choice. How did you do that? You actually chose incorrectly? I didn't even know that was possible. Let me double check.
Cara, você tem que pensar muito bem pra fazer um troço desse, assim, tipo,
Definitely here, clear
poder
as day.
desligar o telefone, tá ligado?
Phone. He's taken to his apartment where he finds his wife, and the two pledge themselves to one another. Music comes in, fade to white, roll credits. Not picking up the phone is actually somehow an incorrect course of action. How is that even possible? None of these decisions were supposed to mean anything. I don't understand. How on earth are you making meaningful choices? What did you... Wait a second. Did I just see... No, that's not possible. I
can't believe it.
How had I not noticed it sooner?
You are not Stanley.
You're a real person. I can't believe I was so mistaken. This is why you've been able to
Oi?
make correct and incorrect choices.
Stanislaw.
And to think I've been letting you run around in this game for so long. If you'd made any more wrong choices, you might have negated it entirely. It's as though you completely ignored even the most basic safety protocol for real-world decision-making. Or did you not grasp the severity...
Ai meu Deus! Agora que eu lembrei que vai fazer aquele vídeo do Sonse.
Educate you properly on safe
Que eu fico falando lá quando as pessoas falam coisas sem sentido.
This helpful instructional video.
Esse daí, ó.
Choice.
Second.
It's the best part of being a real person. but if used incorrectly can also be the most dangerous. For example, in this scenario, a hypothetical real person named Rupert has a choice. He could invent a machine that eliminates food shortages across the world to make life better for all people. Or he could spend years of hard work forgetting how to read. Which choice would you make? Remember that unlike here, the real world makes sense. And
É
at no
diferente
time
dessa
should you make
vez.
a choice that does not conform to rational logic. If you find yourself speaking with a person who does not make sense, in all likelihood, that person is not real. Allow the person to finish their thought, then provide an excuse why you cannot continue talking. Turn to a partner and practice saying, My goodness,
is it 4:30 already?
I'm supposed to be having a back, sack, and crack.
My goodness!
Excellent. Making choices on a regular basis is the best part to a healthy decision-making process. Most medical professionals recommend making at least 8 choices per day. Do you make more than 8? Less? And finally, if you begin to wonder if your choices are actually meaningful and whether you'll ever make a significant contribution to the world, just remember that in the vast infiniteness of space, your thoughts and problems are materially insignificant, and the feeling should subside. At this time, your instructor will guide you in an exercise to test and reinforce the material covered in this video.
Ah, welcome back. You may have noticed that this room has begun to deteriorate as a result of narrative contradiction. But not to worry. Now that you're properly informed on good decision-making, we're going to revisit a choice you made just a few minutes ago and see what the correct thing to do would have been. This way, please.
This way, please. Ai, agora tem uma cerquinha.
Now that we know your choices are meaningful, we can't have you jumping off the platform and dying. Imagine the main character dying senselessly halfway through the story. That story would make no sense at all. We just need to get you home as soon as possible before the narrative contradiction gets any worse. Unfortunately, it seems this place is not well equipped to deal with reality.
Do not lie. If you're lying right now, stop. Do not lie. If you're lying right now, stop. Imagina ter uma placa dessa no trabalho.
Literalmente em 1984.
Cara, tipo, tem muita coisa bem pensada nesse jogo. Tipo, essas plaquinhas perdidas. Com esses textos nada a ver.
The story will have resolution once again and you'll be home free in the real world.
Me lembra aquela da DW do Arthur, tipo, This sign can't stop me because I can't read.
Now remember, all you need to do is behave exactly as Stanley would.
Sabe, né?
That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my
lembro
lead and
dessa
you'll be
cena,
fine.
dessas
All
duas
right.
portas.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back in the other direction. Perhaps we're not too late.
Oh no, everything is broken. Oh no, our game is broken.
Mountain Dew.
Eu não tá andando quando eu seguro o mouse esquerdo.
Não, é os dois.
It's ruined. I can't believe after everything we
Esquerdo
talked
e o
about,
direito.
my story, you
Ah, yeah.
destroyed my work. Why? For what? What did you get out of that? What did you think was so special about seeing the game undone, left here like so much garbage?
You can't tell me what to do, sign.
And what am I supposed to do? Even if there were a way to continue, would it be worth it? To know that my story is now incorrect? How
Have
can
you
I
ever
go back
played
to
this
that?
game, Prince?
I can't erase that knowledge. I'll have to live with it forever, reliving its impossibility forever. I couldn't live that way. Is it better to shut the game down entirely? To willingly destroy all of my work? I don't know. What's the answer? What do I do? What do I do? What do I... No, I have to.
Acho que o jogo vai crashar agora.
Down. I have to. I have to.
Ah não, ele desligou o jogo mesmo.
I'm here. I'm still here. Here in this pile of rubbish. With you. You.
Portal
You
2.
were so clever. Now look where we are. My entire game is destroyed. It was the only thing in the world that was mine, and you've run it into the ground. What, did you think that would be funny? You just had to see? Didn't I impress upon you how important it was to be like Stanley? He actually knows how to do what I tell him to. He understands that if I say to do something, there's a damn good reason for it. That thought hadn't even occurred to you, had it? That there's a world outside of you? You're a child. Oh.
You're a child.
If you'd just gone through the door on the left, you would have seen it. There was a whole underground facility. You would have destroyed it and been victorious. It would have been so perfect. I worked so hard on it. I tried so hard to make... behave exactly as Stanley would. That means
Quando que você vai
choosing
matar o
responsibly
narrador?
and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All
Aí,
right?
voltamos.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors,
He entered the door on his left. Eu tenho certeza que é aquele quadro. Ele deve ter tirado isso.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief,
Tips for not
Stanley
getting
decided to go
fired.
to his
Talk
boss's
less.
office.
Do unbelievable, amazing work. Ah! I was reading! How to solve a dispute with a coworker. Let's hit ball up inside you. Using slides to assure employee that it's okay. Everything is okay. Everyone's unique. E o most bom. Eles têm todo o mesmo formato. Só troca a roupa. Number of slides on this slide. Charts on slides. Rate of increasing. Please no more charts. Eu literalmente tô jogando o jogo e rindo de slides em vez de jogar o jogo. Sucesso, transcendência, plantar vida, futebol, viajar.
Poluição, porque. Como a todos.
Tá repetindo. Tá repetindo? Tá repetindo.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Stepping inside his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life.
Business
Shocked,
strategy.
unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, until he saw the door with a voice receiver next to it. Surely behind this door lay all the answers to his questions. And beyond all probability, he knew the passcode. He had seen it on his boss's computer just last week. Nightshark 115. Was this the code to open the door? Would it still work? There was only one way to find out. Stanley had been trained never to speak up, but now he would draw from within himself.
Acho engraçado a quantidade de gente que fala o código
Drew a sharp breath
nessa cena do jogo. Tipo, é óbvio que não funciona microfone, tá ligado?
Né? Puxa total aqui.
Sim.
Stanley spoke the code. Night Shark 115. He spoke it into the receiver, right there on the wall.
Quem fala tudo é o narrador também.
Sim, mas é que a maioria dos streamers, não sei por que eles falam.
I'm sorry, is there a problem? You didn't
Né? Porque é
mishear me, did
imbecil.
you? Please speak the code into the receiver. Otherwise, we can't get on with the story. This is a crucial step. Okay, fine, you're not gonna do it, but you know what? It's pretty humiliating to bring you this far, only for you to suddenly decide you have better things to do. I asked you for this one single thing, for your respect. The kind of respect Stanley shows for his choices. He knows what it means to take a story seriously. If you didn't want to see what I had to show you, then why did you come here? You had a choice, you know. You could have gone through the door on the right. You could have done whatever the hell you wanted over there. Why did you come this way? Speak. Say something to me. Explain yourself, you coward. You...
You!
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Stanley! Oh no, Stanley!
Stanley?
Então, Inception.
Hello? Are you... Is everything
Que essa
okay?
cara, velho. Esse
Stanley,
rosto.
I need you to make a choice. I need you to walk through the door.
The end. Yay! Finish the game!
Is everything all right? Stanley, this is important. The story needs you. It needs you to make a decision. It cannot exist without you. Do you understand?
Eu não tenho certeza, mas eu acho que esse é o único final que aparece créditos.
Both correct. You cannot be wrong here. We can work together. I'll accept whatever you do. I simply need you to take that step forward.
Tem, então esse é o final verdadeiro.
Choose
Não.
something. Anything.
O final verdadeiro é o que você segue todas as ordens. Tem até um achievement pra speedrunner.
I need this. The story needs it. So, you hear me? Are you there? Are you listening to this? Stanley, are you there? Okay. It's okay, I can wait. You need time to decide. Time to make sure your choice is correct. That is the best choice. That's all right. I'll wait for you to decide what's the right thing to do.
Stanley, no!
Take as much time as you need.
Go, Stanley! You can do it! The end is never the end. The end is never... The end is loading.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Quase consegui.
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Tem que Aê! Yes! Yes!
At
I
first,
did it!
Stanley assumed he'd broken the map. Until he heard this narration,
Acho que
he
eu já vi
realized
isso
it
uma
was
vez.
part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be?
Sim,
Why don't
fantástico.
we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet?
What? Isso aqui é novo.
Ah, then in that case, we'll continue. But now, here comes the real question. What do you think would have happened if you had told me that you wanted this to stop? Do you think it would have been particularly different? Would I have taken the same idea but rephrased it superficially to fit that answer? Perhaps you never would even have thought of it if I hadn't brought up the issue in the first place. Now, think about it. Will it be worth it for you to restart and then come back here just to do the other option? Clearly, this whole gag takes some time. What if the other option is even longer? How long will you spend in total just to have heard all the narration? Oh, and this is rich. Perhaps you've just played the other option, and now you've come to see what happens in this one. So, what do you think? Which choice was the better one? Imagine if you had selected continue on your first playthrough, how tantalizing it would be not knowing what happens when you pick the other option. Indeed, you are one of the lucky ones. Though if the other option is really miserable to listen to, then perhaps you're not. In fact, I'm just going to say that no one who's listening to this is lucky. Well now, I've built up the other options so much that I'm going to stop talking and leave you to your decision whether to come back here, continue with the game, or just sit in this spot forever and ever. Cheers.
Cheers. No. No. Yes. Tá. Begin the game again. Vai, vamos fazer o yes. Porque antigamente ele não perguntava.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Ah, é tão difícil.
No
Aê!
matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-worker.
Ah, yes! I did it! Again!
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be?
Yes.
Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in?
Yes.
Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet?
Yes. Yes!
Well, I don't know how to say this politely, but you could literally just hit escape and restart the game any old time you want, like right now. You could have done it just then. Now would also be an appropriate time to quit. Any of these points and so many, many more, all of them are appropriate. I'm enjoying what seems to be an internal conflict going on where you are literally unable to act on your own desires to restart the game. So, just to push the envelope, I'm going to try and make this as miserable as possible and see how long you can maintain.
Já volto, rapidinho. Entrega pra mim. Aí, voltei.
There once was a man named
Ai, não, nem fudendo que...
people considered so manly. But the
So
truth
manly.
must be told, he was not very old.
Not very old.
Quite particularly gangly.
Gangly.
He liked messed with buttons. He pushed them like some kind of glutton. He did it all day.
Como é que chama esse tipo de música?
Way, but his brain had long ceased to function. Which
Não, é
is
tipo
why
aquelas de história, sabe? Que eles contavam pra
lives and exists
rei e tal.
quite
Oi?
And
Fábula.
if you are not strong
Acho que não.
and keep playing along, you too
Sem rimas, cara.
will
Uma fábula.
become quite unbearable.
Ai, unbearable.
You too
Fábula.
will become quite
Literalmente a
unbearable.
parábola de Stanley.
Chegou um foninho da China que eu comprei. Da China não, no Mercado Livre, mas. É Xing Ling.
China livre.
Xing Ling. There was a man named Stanley. He was quite the manly. Nossa, o negócio já chega tudo estralando quando você abre. Tá, chega. Begin the game again. E essa foi a melhor opção. Bora fazer telefone. Yes.
Hi, Stanley. Just wanted to leave you a message to let you know there's a few things I need you to pick up on your way home from work today. We need milk, cereal, dish soap,
Get a thing of
spaghetti,
sugar,
some bread, and coffee beans, whichever ones you like.
All right,
I'll
honey.
give you a call if there's anything I forgot. Thanks, sweetie. See you tonight.
See ya. Merda, cara. Queria que fosse os caras da entrega das caixas. Dois. Tá. Input received. Input received. Nice. Nice, nice. É essa aqui? Não.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Ah, é esse aqui. Vai, se transforma. Ah, que saco. Por que os gráficos estão no alto, mas não parece que tá no alto assim, tipo...
Porque gráfico bad. Fizeram upscale ali, a textura.
Parece que tem um jogo... Ah, merda. Um jogo mobile. Stanley Parable Mobile, when?
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Mini Stanley Parable.
Stanley
Tem pra console esse jogo?
Deixa eu ver. Acho que não. Console.
All of
No.
his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Ah, não é.
Stanley
Vai
decided to
sair
go to the
sim, o que eu
meeting
tô
room.
falando.
Perhaps he had
Fez uma
simply missed a
propaganda
memo.
pro Nintendo Switch até.
Ah, nossa. Mas só pro Switch?
Xbox One, Series XS,
Input
PlayStation,
received.
Switch, Steam.
Ah, então é por isso que ele tirou o achievement que não dá pra conseguir de jeito nenhum. Unachievable.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Door on his left.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a
10
wave
anos,
of
João.
disbelief,
13
Stanley
anos.
decided to go
11,
up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Nossa, esse jogo no Switch deve ser bonito.
Vai ser o mesmo gráfico, né? É Unity.
Unity.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, what dark secret was being held from him. What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth
Oh,
that his
no.
boss had been keeping from him. and so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this. Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs, trying to input anything on the device was
Fiz achievement do
He
8.
would never possibly know that the combination was 2845.
É que você fica apertando toda hora. 8888888, você ganha um achievement.
Que aleatório.
2845.
Não é aleatório.
Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by
É por causa do demo do jogo.
easing. He
Tem
stepped into the
tem
newly
negócio de
opened
código que é
passageway.
88888888.
Deu uma aleatória.
É que o demo é outro jogo. Será que o downgrade gráfico é por causa do Switch? Ele ficou com preguiça de fazer tipo 2 versões do jogo, alguma coisa assim?
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he
Cara,
felt a bit peculiar.
por que
It
eles
was
iam
a
fazer
stirring
isso,
of
tá ligado?
emotion
A
in
maioria
his
das vendas
chest,
vai ser
as
no
though he
Steam.
felt more free to think for himself.
É que é feito só por uma pessoa também, né?
Job. Why did he feel
Yeah,
this
keep
now,
close,
when for
close,
years
right.
it had never occurred to him? This question would not go
Tá
unanswered for
recomendado no
long.
Twitter uns tweets dele. Tava fazendo patch no jogo.
LOL é diferente agora aqui.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored
Isso aqui é
this
novo.
place where freedom meant nothing.
427 ali. O que é isso?
This
Elevador.
mind control facility, it was too horrible
Cadê o
to
elevador?
believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under
Ah, tá.
someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof, the heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power
E aí, eu
over
desligo
another
ou
human life.
ligo a máquina?
Would dismantle the controls once and
Cara.
for all.
Não
Cara?
sei.
Escolhe aí.
Não sei.
Escolhe
Eu
aí.
não.
Escolhe aí.
Liga.
Ligo?
Yeah.
Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that
Yes.
what you wanted? Control?
Yes!
Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are said to explode, eliminating the entire complex.
Oh no!
How long until detonation then? Let's say, 2 minutes. Ah, now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More
Cara, que saco a legenda. Queria tirar screenshot e não dá.
Me, where we're going, what all this means. I barely know where to start.
Se é um jogo da Bethesda, você podia, tipo,
You'd like to know
apertar
where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated? All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them.
I erased them.
Machine, I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock, why not? These are precious additional seconds, Stanley.
These are precious additional seconds, Stanley.
Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in
Literalmente não dá, não tem como desativar, tá ligado? É só for fun esses botões, essas coisas aqui em volta. E pra deixar as pessoas paranoicas querendo descobrir como desligar a máquina, porque não seria possível. Por que ele colocaria tantos botões se nada fizesse nada? Literalmente nada faz nada. Só de troll.
Stanley, you're in for quite a disappointment. But here's a spoiler for you. That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action moving along. It's just seconds ticking away to your death. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for every moment that you're powerless. To see you made humble.
To see you made humble.
It's a tragedy. You wanted to control this world, that's fine. But I'm going to destroy it first, so you can't. Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle.
Goodbye, employee 427.
Boom and then nothing. No ending here, just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life, or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice. Make it count. Or don't. It's all the same to me, all a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the
Vai
moment we
explodir.
say happily ever after.
Acabou. Aí.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Deu o computador, cara? New content. O quê? O quê? O quê?
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
Sim, a porta tá bloqueando ainda. Medo.
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As
Yeah.
you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers.
Home computers.
After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over.
The lighting.
Please step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
É uma opção eu voltar? Não. É uma opção eu vir pra cá? Não. Tudo é uma opção.
Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure.
Parabólica do Stan Lee.
Já achou algum novo? Ainda não.
Is it
Quer dizer, agora tá acontecendo coisa nova.
on here? Should we...
Literalmente acabou de
Should we
acontecer
be
isso e falou
moving
não.
somewhere oh, there we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it. I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley.
Give me the content, Stanley. Pera aí. Tem que colocar um negócio aqui. Pronto. The jump circle.
All right, let's see. It's the jump circle.
Best features ever. Dá pra pular no Stanley Parable. No! New content. Holy shit. Dá pra pular no Stanley Parable. Cara, eu tenho certeza que quando chegar em 0, nunca mais vai dar pra pular no jogo. Nunca, tipo, nunca. Nem se desinstalar e instalar de novo. Por que tá tão baixa a resolução, cara? Não tá certo isso.
Fica teu monitor, né? Não, não pode ser.
Tem alguma coisa, será que no fórum da Steam? Discussions. Cadê? Depois eu procuro isso. Mas que tá low.
Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right? Goodness. Another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could counter 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And if... Oh, wait. There's more. Very good.
Ai, por que troca de lado o elevador?
Knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is.
The Jumping Circle 2! Thank you for enjoying the new content. Hell yeah!
That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see,
Não precisa
Stanley,
nem jogar mais.
this
então.
is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market
Poxa.
for no reason other than to make an
Sim,
easy
foi muito rushado essa expansão, só levou uns 3 anos pra sair.
In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says
Subi na cadeira.
test achievement, please ignore. What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them accountable. It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game, and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always.
Nah.
What do you say, friend?
Não, ele reiniciou o jogo, eu não queria. Ai. Agora eu não sei se isso daí é aquelas coisas que tem baixa probabilidade de acontecer, que acontece realmente no Stanley Parable, ou se isso é do conteúdo novo. Mesa?
Stanley, come over here. In the vent. I want to show you something.
Sunset. Ai meu Deus, o que ele quer mostrar dentro da vente aí?
Oh, não, você falou 20?
20? Sus. Ah, merda. Sus. Daí tem algum. É um easter egg de Among Us mesmo.
Okay. Remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be.
Used
So
to
I
be.
did something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look.
Cara, toma uma água.
Acabei de tomar água. Tem tipo um bilhete.
Que isso?
Seco.
I call it the Memory Zone.
Memory Zone.
Where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable.
O launch of the Stanley Parable. Boas memórias, realmente. The Memory Zone.
You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember
Cheap
back in
re-release.
2013, when the game originally launched. Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the
National Geographic. Audience Award, Independent Game Festival. The British Academy of Film and Television Awards. The Last of Us, Stanley Parable. The category story. Good times. Esse relógio tá errado. Ele me perguntou o horário. Ele vai ter tipo um relógio com o horário errado dentro do
Sei
jogo.
lá, cara.
Mozilla Firefox Start Page, The Stanley Parable, Buy on Steam.
Tirei literalmente uma screenshot de uma.
My first dollar! A trip to memory lane.
Que isso? É tipo o CLP do Stanley Parable?
Unachievable, it's impossible to get this achievement. Go outside. Don't play for 5 years. Game innovation. O que é debate gaming? Story. New video game releasing today. Wow, New York Times. New videogame. Cara, imagina se isso fosse a manchete de um jornal mesmo. De um novo jogo de videogame lançando hoje.
Não duvido.
Stanley Parable Deus Choices. Little Stanley Hamster. Que isso? Memory Zone.
Here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable.
Reviews do Stanley
This
Parable.
triumph of games journalism. 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote,
De quando?
Você escutou a furadeira? Aqui em casa? Tá escutando uma furadeira?
Não.
where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art. Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created. Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim. It was Persona 3. It was all of them.
Skyrim, Persona 3.
It's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
Hell yeah, 1 hora de elevador. Ah, Minecraft. Portal. Person of the Year. Stanley. Oh, Stanley, a mulher. Mais conhecida como mulher.
Mulher? Nunca vi essa mulher.
Ela aparece no jogo. Uma vez. E tem pra baixo. Manutenção da Memory Zone. No Mac. Scott, what the fuck? Your number is 99.
Here's another moving passage, this time from Games.
Source SDK.
The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone. To spend the rest of time
A bicicleta que dá pra possuir com a memória, com a alma do meu bisavô, cara. No.
Não.
These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back, to have it all over again. Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here?
As bad memories.
God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game distributor.
Steam reviews.
These in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Some of these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they?
Ai.
Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this
Quase
game to full
ficou preso no
completion.
mapa.
The narrator is obnoxious and
Você.
unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny.
Funny.
Funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
Steam reviews. Funny.
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I?
Preachy.
Tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. Well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did, but maybe it wasn't. Oh dear. What an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure. Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered. What's this one got to say?
É quase mapa de Half-Life 2 isso. Se fosse mais
So
amarelo.
the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today.
Que isso?
It's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have.
Skip button we shall have. Nem fudendo. Nem fudendo. Botão de
Here it
skip.
is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant
sempre
droning
quis.
starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered. No more listening to me rambling on and on and on. No, 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 no.
Bom que você só tem que vir até aqui pra apertar o botão.
And if the people want silence, then by
Cara, eu adoro o jeito que ele faz design de ambiente, esse cara. Que faz esse jogo do Stanley Parable. Olha, tipo, tem a cerquinha ali e tal. E daí, tipo, tem o botão no meio, a árvorezinha, tá ligado? Com o relógio e, tipo, a parede desconectada com o teto, tipo. É tipo tudo fora do. É tudo fora do lugar, mas tá tudo conectado, tá ligado? Tipo, conversa tudo muito bem uma coisa com a outra.
We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet. No, no, until 245. But the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. It
Mano, o
can't
YouTube
be.
tá
It's
ficando
the
passando
only thing
propaganda
there
de
is.
joguinho
How many
de
billions
NFT,
left until so much more than forever ago? Which is why I say...
sem querer
The
cortar
story
teu barato.
and the choices, or what have you, and therefore by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once. So now you
Tem alguma coisa pra eu esquipar? Tipo, pra eu não esquipar?
We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet. No, no, until 245. That the logic of elimination.
Ah, ele tá repetindo.
Deduction therefore becomes impossible to. Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice in video games. Of course, I happen to believe it was perhaps one of my more profound such ruminations. Not that, of course, you need a description of it, but if I had to describe it, I'd say it was perhaps less of a rumination and more of a treatise. Or maybe a manifesto. Look, I'll outline it for you very briefly and you can tell me what you think. Okay, so my theory is that any choice you've ever made is simply a series of choices made by the person who you are or were or will be at the time of having made said choice. That is to say, if by articulating a choice you've already made, you bring that choice into being, then by making no choice and saying nothing, are you not simply erecting in the sanctuary of time a monument?
Jesus fucking Christ.
Well there, sport. You really did catch me
He's
rambling
Stanley
on a bit,
Bourne.
didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go poof, and it's all over. Oh, I can't wait to see what Cookie 9 will say about this, and whether they'll edit the rating of their Steam review, or at least change some of the wording, perhaps. To be honest, I don't even know if one can change their review in the first place. I guess I should become better educated on exactly how Steam works.
Open the door!
That would have been the smart thing to check on before I went
Open
about
the
the
door.
exercise of making the skip button. Although I have to imagine that after seeing
Let me
this
go!
new technology at work, surely whoever it is runs Steam will instantly run out and implement a new feature to make it possible to edit one's review, merely because of this very situation. Yes, I think that's quite likely. Or perhaps they'll simply grant this particular user the ability to change their review.
Sim, o gaming vai dar habilidade do cara pra
I would even be
trocar
okay with
review.
Steam altering this particular review so that it reads as something more beneficial. Something along the lines of, this game is the best game. Let me start over. How
His
about
game.
this? From the ashes of depravity rises the phoenix of quality.
Ai, Jesus.
How else did it... Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well...
Ai, tá, é que nem aquela bosta daquela história e o filme do clique.
It's not unendurable by any means, but it's...
Às vezes você usa o troço e ele esquipa mais tempo.
It's shocking, isn't it? But at any rate, I do suggest that we not press the button again. I think the skip
Quando que vai
button
aparecer o
has been
Adam Sandler,
aptly
né?
demonstrated, and we can say
Parábola.
goodbye to it and just... Wait, how do we get out of here? Where did the door go? Wasn't there a door that led into this room? I do feel quite certain that there was one here before.
A gente vai ter que esquipar o tempo até a sala se deteriorar pra poder sair.
Into a room without a door of some sort or a window or something like that. Do you see a window anywhere? A porthole? A sufficiently large crack in the wall?
Portal.
Take any of these. All I want is for us to move on and to please step away from the skip button to go anywhere other than the skip button. There was a door here before, wasn't there? I swear there was. Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been...
12 horas.
I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer. And my God, there's no way out of the room. Stanley, the door is gone. It's completely gone. I've looked at it from every angle. I've checked every one of those walls 1,000 times. And there's no door, Stanley. There's no door. There's just you and the button, and if you keep pressing it, I have no idea what will happen. I have no idea how long I'll be made to sit here. Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're back. Oh, my goodness. I have someone to talk to again. Stanley,
Armin morreu.
Well, 2 weeks.
2 semanas.
Sitting here all that time. Just sitting here. Not a single person to speak with. And you'd think that that's just how it's always been, right? Me talking and you saying nothing. Would you think that it's exactly the same as always? Doesn't that feel like what we've already been doing? Me just talking? But it isn't
Me tá no narrador, velho.
the same at all. It isn't even
12 horas.
because
2 semanas
you
parado.
can't hear me once you push that button. That's what I'm realizing now, Stanley. I'm realizing that I needed to know that someone was listening. I needed there to be a vessel through which my words were moving. It was the vessel I needed, Stanley, not...
Se a última foi 2 semanas, agora vai ser tipo uns 20 anos.
Oh, hello.
Nice.
It's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think
Quem
about
dera eu
you and
pudesse
about
escapar
us and about
quando
everything
tivesse
we've
100
been
anos de
through.
idade.
I've had so much time. I stopped keeping track after a year.
Nossa, mais de um ano.
Down in one place and not move for one entire year. Let me describe it for you. To begin with, there is only regret. There is only the turning wheel of missed opportunities. I felt nothing at all but regret for the longest time, Stanley. Days, months.
O narrador já era, eu acho, agora. Deve ter morrido, né? É, né? Porque, tipo, da última vez passou mais de um ano, agora. Quanto
Vai
tempo
ter
foi,
silêncio,
tipo?
só.
Ai, minha orelha! O relógio até caiu da parede.
Como?
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be
Ah, eu voltei no tempo.
It was meant to
Quer dizer, eu fui tão pra frente que eu voltei.
Where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little
Eu dei a volta, cara, que nem no Futurama.
their pitiful demands, but then he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't
O
shut.
programa não vai voltar? Ah. Faz sentido agora.
Não é disso. É que tem um episódio do Futurama que eles viajam no tempo. Com a máquina no tempo, eles vão pra frente, alguns minutos. Daí assim que eles viajam muito pra frente. Daí, tipo, eles vão indo. Daí eles não tem como voltar, porque eles não tem uma máquina que volta no tempo, só uma máquina que vai pra frente. Daí eles viajam pro futuro pra ver se alguém inventou uma máquina que volta no tempo. Em vez de fazer uma que volta no tempo, tá ligado? Daí, tipo, eles vão tão pra frente que o universo vai acabar. Daí eles continuam acelerando, 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 e daí. É tipo, dá a volta, tá ligado? O universo termina e começa de novo, tipo, igual. É tipo um looping.
The end is never the end, 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 is never the end.
Tá caindo água.
End is never the end, is never
Never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end.
is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never.
Cara, a ideia desse botão é fazer a pessoa que queria o botão odiar, tá ligado? Única e especificamente pra pessoa que pediu o botão.
A pessoa que pediu o botão não vai jogar isso de novo, tá?
Mas acho que a ideia era essa, tá ligado? Porque, tipo, não adiciona muita coisa esse botão. Cadê o botão? Ah, tá aqui.
Do meio.
Yo! Seria legal se tivesse alguma coisa com portal, assim. Desse negócio.
Eu ia virar portal.
Que a gente sabe que tá no mesmo universo, né? Tipo, portal de Stanley Parable. Agora tem até música. Quanto tempo faz que eu tô adiantando? Né?
Tempo não importa, mas.
Tomara que eu não tome um jump scare. Fazendo spoop noises. Oh. Onde diabos eu estou? Ah, a gente tava embaixo d'água, né? O botão ainda funciona? Não. Não dá pra ir em cima do negócio? Pra onde que é pra eu ir? Ah tá, ele só reiniciou. The end is never the end, the end is never the end.
Entende?
Nice.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Voltou pro próprio tempo, reiniciou mesmo.
Iniciou, eu acho. New content. Ai, meu Deus.
Oh, good. You noticed my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
Novo conteúdo. Ah, tem um elevador no meio do caminho. New content. New content.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable.
Podia ter um achievement pra fazer todos os finais.
Disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy.
Esse vídeo
So
deveria ganhar
forget this
NFT com
ultra
essa
deluxe
todos os
nonsense.
achievements.
I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever the Stanley
Stanley Parable 2! Oh meu Deus!
Que?
Stanley Parable 2! Hell yeah! We did it, boys! Tirar screenshot.
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully
Seria legal se tivesse gráficos melhores nessa área.
experience built from the ground up. Why there are so many
Tipo, tivesse
possibilities. It could go in so many different
gráficos
directions.
melhores.
This is what fans have truly been asking for.
2 printers at the same time. Hell yeah.
Calling it the Stanley
Part 2-7.
just so much catchier
What?
than Ultra
Sex.
Deluxe, don't you think?
Trucks having
Ultra
sex.
Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley
sei por que me
Parable
lembrou
2.
disso.
Now that's an artistic statement right there. It's
Toi,
what you
tu,
wanted.
tu é,
It screams
das,
progress and
ba,
innovation,
du é,
long-term franchise.
Zé, dos. Tu. Taste the sequel! Oh my god. Nossa, tá HD essa máquina de refrigerante. Investor Showcase. Tá fazendo zunido essa.
Isso pareceu um omp do Mario.
Essas televisões estão fazendo zunido. Coiling. Just the two of us. We can make it if we try. Just the two of us.
The two of us.
Olha, cara, a estética é muito boa dos ambientes que o cara faz, velho. Eu acho muito foda. Just the two of us. New content is out. New content part 2 is in. Old plus busted. New hotness.
Foi um troço isométrico da.
Point sections of chart. Cool red section of the chart. Cool red section of the chart. Assim. O que é isso aqui? Sequel ideas. Stanley can throw axes. Stanley get booms. Artistic legitimate wife here. Free roam mode. There's up mode. Microtransactions. Proper gameplay. Nude Stanley. New York City. Jetpack. 2 canisters. They are back. 2 doors. O que tá escrito aqui? Every pause button is a Roman numeral. É verdade, todo botão de pause é um negócio romano 2.
É um 2.
Logo ideas. Tipo, a mesma logo. É tipo vários slides e daí tem tipo thanks for attending the meeting.
Com Comic Sans ainda, a fonte.
Sabe o que? Oh meu Deus, 2 Stanleys. Um dele tá sem PC, cara.
O cara só clonou o objeto.
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
Crab, the ultimate sequel.
Falou Crab?
Uhum. Dois. Dois. Ah, esse daqui é legal, ó. The Stanley Parable, the prequel, The Stanley Parable 2 is the sequel to The Stanley Parable. The prequel, The Stanley Parable 2 is the sequel. It's way to the show floor. Value investors. New features. Nossa, olha que louco esse New Features. Tem um ônibus escrito New Content. Aí, tipo, de gala. Tipo um show de gala, tá ligado? Tipo, oh my god. Oh my god, we are here, guys. Tira a foto e daí sai andando.
É, o tapete vermelho, a cor.
Cara, arquitetura. Cara, acho que esse é a única pessoa que faz jogo que eu olho a arquitetura e fico, meu Deus, que arquitetura foda. Olha isso, cara!
Até o banco é vermelho.
Tipo, é tudo milimetricamente projetado, tá ligado? Você entra aqui, você consegue ver o contorno ali, vermelhinho, não sei o que, tipo, o Stanley Parable, a arte, tudo. Nossa, cara, muito foda mesmo.
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
New features. Office decorations. Ai, meu Deus. Merch! Cara, você nem fudendo que tem uma loja de merch de verdade, tá ligado? Deixa eu escanear o QR Code. Tem um site! Tem uma propaganda. Você prefere um pickle? Experimente do Stanley Parable. Tá escrito no site.
Prefere o quê?
Cara, no site, velho. No site do Stanley Parable 2 tá escrito: se você gosta mais de prequels, experimente do Stanley Parable. Tipo assim, eu vou comprar o Stanley Parable normal por causa que eu quero experimentar. Ai, muito bom, velho. Ai, eu quero muito ver tua reação em uma parte específica. Ai. Cara, muito bom. New content. Cara, meu Deus, esse jogo. Dupe, eu tava falando da arquitetura que esse cara faz. Ele é muito foda a arquitetura que esse cara indie faz, velho. Tipo, na Unity, o cara fazer um troço desse. Olha que coisa mais linda. Sério, tem um monte de jogo que eu não paro pra olhar e falar, arquitetura foda. Stanley Parable é um dos poucos que eu fico, meu Deus, que tesão. New content. New feature. Bucket. New. O que tem aqui? Office decorations.
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided
Balões.
on Get Well Someday and Happy
Eu peguei a versão do
Which
Switch.
would you go with?
Jesus.
A gente tava falando no começo.
Como eu tô viajando o tempo todo. Por que eu não posso passar pela porta? Ah, tá. Eu não vi isso. Get well someday. É a cara dele, velho.
You
60
know,
FPS,
sometimes
nem
when you
fudendo.
solicit another person's opinion, it makes you
Review.
realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Happy 12th birthday, step-niece, it is.
Ah, eu queria o outro.
Maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision, we're moving on.
Após você restartar o jogo agora, vai estar cheio de balão no negócio. Mas eu ainda não vi essa área, então... Olha que foda, velho!
That it was confusing and paradoxical.
Cara, eu vou desligar essa legenda, tá me irritando. E eu não posso tirar screenshot por causa dela.
That it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game.
Cadê o balde?
It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly
O balde
normal,
tava vindo de cima.
even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your
Dissonância cognitiva.
list. It's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be...
Open the pod bay door, Hal.
Oh, imagine what a pain in the ass that would be. Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution.
Quero balde.
Give it a try.
Oh yeah.
Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well?
Carisma.
Just holding it has made you the
Cara, essa
slightest bit
iluminação
more
do balde,
attractive
what
as
the
a person. The benefits of the bucket seem to go on and on, don't they? All this and more awaits you. in
Posso
the
largar o
Stanley
balde?
Parable 2.
Por favor.
Pode chutar o balde.
Eu não quero mais o balde. Vai me atrapalhar pra tirar screenshot. Ai, que raiva.
Falando em balde, Ivaldo, tava bom o sanduíche lá?
Does anyone give
Tava.
out awards for most enjoyable bucket
Eu
in a
não quis
video
perguntar
game?
durante, assim, né?
That really should be an award if it isn't already.
Não. O balde é seu melhor amigo agora, pra sempre. Como assim, pra sempre? Surely it ain't forever, ever. Eu devia ter pego o balde por último. O Jump Circle foi a melhor parte do jogo. Eu falei que eu tenho certeza que nunca mais vai dar pra pular naquele círculo lá e nem se você reinstalar o jogo. Ai, cara, que raiva dessas televisão. Ai, o número 2. Tipo, diferente. Epílogo. É pra eu entrar aqui?
Quem tá fazendo barulho, interferência?
Não é, é a televisão. Please no screenshots. É aqui, ó. Você chega perto dela, faz... Todas as televisões ficam fazendo coiling nesse jogo. Ah, olha o Jump Circle com 0.
The jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's a... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle?
Sim.
Oh, well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece, then.
Decorativo. Pro Stanley Parable 2. Nunca mais olha pra lá. New easy achievement. You can't believe it's that simple. Get it. Free achievement. Ai, não. Vai ser que nem a porta 430.
Now, here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that. Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement
entendi.
is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel.
Vai ser considerado um sequel.
Hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
Parece um Dalek. Oh well. Stanley Parable 2, it is. Ai, cara, que saco esse balde. Tenho vontade de recomeçar o jogo.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
You can you find it? Can you find them? Encontrar quem? Collect them now. Who?
Collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
Nossa, cara, muito foda. Funko Pop do Stanley Parable. Todo mundo de 6. Ele não falou que não ia ter número?
Será que...
God, it really is the
mais
worst when
amigo,
you collect everything in a video game and then they give
que
you
o
a
Stanley
big
vai
fancy
chegar no
reward
Smash?
for it. Absolutely.
Quando que vai ser Stanley Parable no Smash mesmo?
Nem que seja uma cabeça de Mi, tá ligado?
You are here. Nossa, tem até um negócio como se fosse de verdade, velho, pra eu saber onde que você tá e tal na exposição. Shit, não quero exit ainda. Tá, eu vi o Jumping Circle, vi o mapa, o achievement de graça. O botão que diz o nome do player eu não vi ainda. Onde que tá? No B? Ah, é, tá aqui. Nossa, bem grande ainda. É tipo a maior exposição do jogo. Ah, eu vou até pôr a legenda de volta, porque agora não tem como tirar screenshot com essa porra desse balde.
Desabilita o balde nas opções.
Cara, literalmente tá me irritando esse balde.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of
Como é que
course,
você joga
the
FPS,
first and
velho?
most obvious
Não com balde na mão.
individually recognized and
Você
validated
não
as
jogou o
people.
FPS certo,
So
então.
with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
Name. Ele ainda não funciona, porque vai ficar pronto no 2. Nem fodendo!
I should have clarified. Right
Ah, tá!
the button only says the name of the game. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the experience of this feature. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, Forget whoever you are and simply become a person named Jim.
Ah!
You imagine yourself living as Jim, sleeping and waking as Jim, falling in love and being heartbroken
Nem
as Jim,
fudendo, cara.
seizing all of the world's possibilities as Jim, and as Jim, watching your dreams crumble into dust.
Ah, que é tipo o nome mais genérico ever, né?
Really, truly Jim right now?
Yes, I'm Jim.
Then please step forward and press the button. Yes, you see.
Era essa
What a thrill,
a
what a
situação
rush.
que o
That was you.
cara tava esperando, então.
Acho que sim.
You. Do it again, do it again.
Jim.
It hits even harder the second time. If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money.
Com certeza.
From the Jim button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation. Whoa there, cowboy. Sometimes a person can be too much Jim.
Too much,
Take the
Jim.
Jim button away. Otherwise, soon you'll start to lose
No!
the sense of who you actually are.
Não, 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 não.
Mas eu sou o Jim.
Não! O botão foi embora. Realmente, o melhor feature do jogo. O botão que fala o nome do player. Ai, minha bochecha tá doendo, cara.
I suppose I could allow only people named Jim.
You heard
in the
Jim
Stanley Parable.
in the game?
Actually,
The one that said Jim.
feature.
Não contesta. O botão que diz Jim. Ah, that's Jim. That's Jim. That's Jim. Ai.
An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, yes, it would go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
Ai, ai. O que tem pra cá? Aqui é a saída, não, né? Buraco infinito. Achievement de graça. Buraco infinito? Aqui é o buraco infinito? Please no screenshots. Não. Tem um final que eu não vi.
Short, graça.
Eu não vi não, tô pensando agora. Ah, é aqui é o buraco infinito. Depth infinita. Just keep going. Science, more, infinite, falling, more hole. Eu não tenho certeza se o cara que fez o...
An idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is in fact a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the
Nope,
end of
quase
time,
caí.
if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
Por que o teto baixou? Perigoso esse buraco, hein? Claro que eu ia me jogar no buraco, né? Tipo...
Obviamente.
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top. And
Teleport
continue
button.
onward. Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top.
Sim.
Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things.
Como assim sooner rather than later? É infinito.
Isso que é o problema, cara.
Okay, Stanley. I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature.
Ah, sim, agora
It's a very,
entendi.
very deep hole. To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a... Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole. You found me out, Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever.
New mug.
Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling. What normal person actually wants to
2 p.m. com aspas no 2.
The hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem. Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite?
Sim, mostly infinito.
Then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on.
E se eu não
I'll just
teleportar?
be here when you're ready.
Ah, eu foda-se, eu vou teleportar.
I'm very excited
Eu não quero
to
ficar
show you
esperando.
even more of my ideas for the sequel.
Mas esse jogo
Mostly. Oi?
Esse jogo inteiro é ficar esperando.
Não, é que eu não queria ficar esperando naquele lugar, naquela hora, naquele momento. Holy moly, how deep can we dig? Oh,
Desculpa, eu preciso muito interceptar aqui.
o que é? Tem spoilers, do.
Então, eu tô tentando. Eu não sei como falar isso sem dar spoilers.
Ah, eu gosto de experienciar o jogo, cara. Eu não quero spoilers.
É.
É tipo alguma coisa que eu já fiz.
Hã?
É alguma coisa que eu já fiz ou alguma coisa que eu ainda tenho pra fazer?
Meio que os dois ao mesmo tempo.
Ah, então não quero saber. Sorry.
Ok, de boa.
Manda pra mim no privado.
Pera aí, deixa eu ver.
O que mais que eu ainda não fui? The Jumping Circle. Ai, cara, eu quero tirar esse balde tão hard na minha mão. Se for que como dá pra tirar o balde, eu quero. Merge Settings.
Yuri, eu te mandei. Cara, é brilhante, velho. Cada vez fica pior.
Ah, eu imaginei que seria isso mesmo.
Settings, World Champion. Como assim Settings, World
Porque ele não
Champion?
quer ouvir, o problema é dele, né?
Ah, e o que que é então? Vocês
Eu vou fazer o seguinte.
for estragar a experiência do jogo, fica médio.
Não, eu vou fazer o seguinte. Se eu ver que o Jin vai, tipo, sair sem ver isso, aí eu aviso ele.
Onde é que tá o negócio das settings que tava escrito ali, que eu não tô vendo? É o balde? Dá pra devolver o balde pro troço? Se for alguma coisa do balde, pelo amor de Deus, me diz. Que eu não quero mais esse troço na minha mão.
Não é relacionado ao balde.
Não é relacionado ao balde?
Não.
Cara, eu não quero mais esse balde, tá me irritando demais, cara.
Cara, o cara tá muito médico, balde.
Nossa, eu tô muito médio com o balde, sério, tá me deixando muito estressado, né? Tipo, eu tô seriamente. Eu tô seriamente pensando em reiniciar o negócio, cara. Tipo, ele tá dizendo que eu não vou nunca mais poder tirar o balde da mão, é isso?
Eu não vou falar nada.
Ai.
Pela tua risada é isso. Tem alguma opção nas settings pra tirar o balde? Clear data, reset settings, delete save data, é isso, né?
Não faça isso.
Se for tirar o balde, eu faço, cara.
Não, cara. Ah, fala pra ele aí, dupla.
Que? Você quer mesmo que eu fale?
Se tiver a ver com o balde, eu quero.
Tá, não tem como tirar o balde por enquanto.
Como assim, por enquanto?
Por enquanto você não tem como tirar o balde. Você vai entender quando você reiniciar o jogo.
Ah, tá, mas dá pra tirar o balde.
Dá mais ou menos. Você vai entender quando você reiniciar, você vai entender.
Onde que tá o negócio dos settings, Master, que eu acho que eu não tô conseguindo achar o lugar. Ou é só apertar ESC mesmo?
Não lembro onde é que deixa eu ver o mapa. Será que os settings não é do andar de cima? Que tem escada?
Settings World Champion. Epílogo, colecionáveis... É, tipo, só falta os settings.
Deixa eu ver, settings World Champion, eu... Pior que eu não lembro desse lugar, velho.
Settings World Champion, aqui, achei. É mais pra cima.
Ah.
Você já fez o achievement de colocar todos os números no negócio dos sliders?
Dos sliders?
É, tem um achievement que você tem que pegar todos esses números aqui de configuração e colocar números diferentes. Todos eles.
Nem fudendo. Ai, caralho, velho.
Eu não sei se você tem que clicar em aplicar, mas você tem que pegar todos os slides e, tipo, trocar todos os números.
Meu Deus, velho.
Story of a man named.
Parece isso brincadeira, tá ligado?
Não ganhei o achievement. Será que tem que apertar E, colocar e apertar S, que nem fudeu. Quer dizer, fudeu. Pode ser que sim, né?
Não sei.
Fudendo sim, né? Tipo,
Se fodendo.
sim fudendo. Nossa, mas se tiver que ficar aplicando todas as opções, cara, nossa, que saco.
Pois é. É essa porta do Settings World Champion que eu não entrei. Tipo,
Mas-
eu não cheguei a ver se tem alguma coisa depois dela. Sabe?
Não dá pra abrir ela.
Pois é. Eu pensei, tipo, talvez você possa abrir depois de fazer alguma coisa no jogo, sei lá, né?
Cadê o exit? Aqui.
Eu acabei nunca voltando.
Nossa, cara, eu amo a arquitetura desse cara. Esse daqui, o Superliminal e o negócio lá de Dr. Lansky. E o Dr. Lansky tem arquitetura foda. Ah,
Você tá perdendo alguma. Você tá perdendo uma parte da história, tá?
por quê? Re-achievement, mostly
Lembra que eu te
infinite
falei
goal.
que tinha uma coisa que eu não queria que você perdesse? É que se você for embora, você não vai experienciar isso daí.
Tá, mas isso é uma experiência diferente se eu...
Não, vai ser algo que você não vai ver.
Tá, mas é tipo dois finais diferentes ou é só tipo... Eu perdi de ver um
Não,
troço?
Não, você vai perder de ver um troço, aham.
Ah, tá. You heard
Quer que eu dê
Jim
uma dica de
in the
onde é, pelo
game.
menos?
Não, deixa eu pensar um pouco. Essa porta aqui,
Beleza.
já entrei.
Tu deixa ele pensar um pouco. Caiu.
Cara, quando eu apertei o botão, velho, ele falou Jim. Cara, eu fiquei pensando, puta que pariu, alguém vai surtar quando eu apertar esse botão, velho.
Ele surtou, ele fez mesmo.
Cara, eu fiquei muito nem fudendo. Eu pensei que fosse por causa da Steam, tá ligado?
É canon? É canon, cara. O Jin existe.
Tá, eu não sei o que é que você tá querendo dizer que eu tô perdendo.
Se você quiser, eu te digo aonde é sem te falar o que é pra fazer.
Aonde é?
É no buraco infinito.
Ah, ficar lá embaixo esperando?
Não.
O buraco infinito. Não é infinito, é mostly infinite hole.
Sim, pois é.
Ele é mostly infinite. É, eu ficar me jogando várias vezes.
Heaven, you see, I was right. The
Vai
problem
tentando
is
ver
you.
o que
The
acontece.
problem is that you like holes too much.
Not normal.
A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there, goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem...
Ai meu Deus, ele fica menor.
time? I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above.
Yes.
Enough? I'm positively thrilled. Gosh.
Cara, a musiquinha que faz quando você tá caindo é muito legal. Ah.
Okay. Yes. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability and marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter.
Vai começar a ficar pra cima em vez de pra baixo.
The shame of my lie has come to haunt me. Not only how is this still appealing to you? I know you're
Yeah!
I just can't see.
Eu não consigo mais sair, fuck.
Oh, who am I to judge?
Proteger.
You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on.
Não funciona. Oh no!
Not working?
É porque eu já tô na surface.
Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. Still nothing. Well, I suppose.
Se fodeu, quem mandou escutar a gente?
I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley. You couldn't bear to be away from the home, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone. You get to be with the hole, I get to do literally anything else. Take care, Stanley.
Take care,
You and
Stanley.
the hole have a wonderful rest of eternity together.
A Mug vai me salvar. Quero sair do buraco. O que é esse barulho? Alguma coisa está acontecendo. Pra que o balde? Não dá pra largar essa porra desse balde. Tá me irritando. É o jogo me trollando. Ah, o buraco tá diminuindo. Tá aumentando, né? Goodbye!
Elevador buraco.
E aí, Lu, tudo bom? O quê? Que faz toda vez. Parece um load screen do jogo, cara. Oh. Oh. Change your perception. A música. Que música é essa, velho? A música do jogo, sim. Que isso? Esse áudio é tudo zoado. Não, eu quero escutar as músicas. Como é que faz esse áudio, cara? Oi! Tá cantando de trás pra frente. Wow, change your reality. Esse é bom. Música de trás pra frente, assim. Esse cachorrinho.
Fuck, velho.
Nunca pressão o novo botão, né?
Eu vi. Na praia. Mal. Que isso? Música de corvo.
Música de corvo.
Mano. Cara, o buraco é o melhor feature do jogo. Change yourself. De ponta cabeça. Olha os cachorrinhos de novo.
What the fuck?
Nossa, esse estilo aqui é tão genérico, cara.
Nem é.
Stanley? Stanley?
Stanley.
Stanley!
Não!
Good, you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there, drifting away to
Melhor sequência do jogo.
is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really truly focused on the whole? From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodle-pip.
Tudo pip. O que vai mudar agora do buraco? Nada. Ah! Ah tá, eu voltei pra cá.
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
The button that say Jim! Não tem mais coisa no buraco ou tem? Se eu voltar.
Oi?
Sabe se tem mais coisa no buraco se eu voltar?
Acho que não, acho que não.
Tá, então, next. Depois eu volto no buraco. Ah, cara. Sério, cara, eu quero tirar screenshot das coisas, não consigo essa porra desse balde. Show content warnings? Simplified controls, interact. Não tem mais o console?
Eu acho que não.
Tem uma mala aqui. Uou, olha que legal! Nossa, velho, esse cara que fez esse jogo é muito foda. No screenshots. Please no screenshots. Agora que eu me toquei que please no screenshots era pra ser tipo no pictures.
Sim. Cara, eu pensei muito, tipo, que ele ia brigar comigo se eu tivesse screenshot de alguma coisa, mas não fez nada.
O que é isso, esse lugar? Eu sei que é uma sala, mas tipo redondo com tipo...
Deve ser um anfiteatro, só que é só um teatro. É tipo inteiro.
I'll arrange these new features together and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay. Are you ready?
Yes.
Here it is. I give you the
Stanley Parable 2.
Parable 2.
Oh, boneco! Que eu tenho que pegar.
Well, I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2. Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly...
Wow.
I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2. Let me see if I can whip something up. Alright, perfect. Go ahead.
Holograma. Oh, wow, Stanley Parable 2. Ai, cara, o cenário, velho, andando, tipo, parece o 2001, Odisseia no espaço, tá ligado?
Cara, parece Kubrick, né? Eu ia falar também.
Begin the game.
Begin.
Ah, eu esquipei. Fuck! Ai, saiu o balde, graças a Deus.
É o início normal, tá ligado? Não perdeu nada.
All of his co-workers were gone.
Hell yeah.
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Ai, meu Deus, o balde.
Stanley felt the bucket calling to him, begging him to pick it up. Why was he not? When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Quero nunca mais ver aquele balde.
Tomara, né?
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go. Stanley stepped into the
E
broom
quando que vai
closet, but
sair
there
o
was
Stanley
nothing
Parable
here,
3?
so he turned around and got back on track.
Por que a gente quer Stanley Parable 3 se a gente já tem o 2, cara? Não tem nada novo aqui, né?
No choice to make, no path to follow.
Aí no broom
Just
closet,
an empty
não.
broom closet. No reason to still be here. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked
Não, cara, se
upstairs to
Stanley
his
Parable
boss's
2
office.
é tão bom, por que não tem Stanley Parable 2.2?
Hell yeah.
Found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy
É a cara do Stanley aí atrás, agora que eu vi. Tipo, no fundo, junto, passando, aquele sorriso meme.
In every moment, you come across one of these beautiful
No
figurines.
primeiro jogo, acho que nunca mostraram o rosto do Stanley, né, velho?
Mais ou menos, ele tinha a cara mais parecida com aquele João Freeman.
Ah,
Eu lembro da cara dele como se fosse, deixa eu ver, quando eu vi aquele
Considered the
close-up na
possibility of facing
perspectiva
his
do
boss,
buraco, eu fiquei
admitting
tipo,
he had left his post
não.
during work hours.
É uma
He
cara
might
nova.
be fired for that.
Tá literalmente
In
de
such a
cara nova o
competitive
jogo,
economy,
cara.
why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had
você notou muita diferença do antigo pra esse, tipo, graficamente?
Os gráficos parecem que estão pior, na minha opinião.
Maybe he thought to
Sério?
himself,
Nossa, eu
maybe
não
I
notei
am
muito, não.
crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all. None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked
Meus
down?
pés!
Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went?
Oh
For
no.
that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming! He yelled. This is all a
2B,
dream.
4.
Oh, what a relief Stanley felt.
O quê?
He finally found an answer, an explanation.
Não.
His co-workers
Tava
were
conversando com
actually
um amigo
gone.
meu aqui, daí
He
tipo,
wasn't going to lose his job.
né?
He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought
Piada
to
interna
himself,
mesmo.
I suppose I'll wake up soon.
Cadê a máscara do Payday que tinha aqui antes?
Boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So, he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground.
Ui!
He imagined himself
Sim,
soaring
tinha um easter egg atrás da porta, né?
Starfield.
Era uma máscara do Payday.
It was so much
Aquela máscara
fun,
que é do.
and Stanley marveled
É, aquela
that
mais
he had
genérica.
woken up. How
Que é,
was he
tem a
remaining so
bandeira
lucid?
americana.
And then
do
perhaps the
Dallas.
strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner.
Dallas.
Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking?
Sai da minha cabeça, voz.
Another voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this
Tem muita coisa a mais, Caio, nesse jogo?
was Stanley simply
Tem,
deceiving
bastantinha.
himself,
Ah, tá.
believing
Eu
that
tava começando a ficar preocupado que não tinha muita coisa.
responsibility for himself.
Eu diria que assim, tipo, tem o dobro de coisas.
Right now.
Ai, graças a Deus. Eu tava preocupado que não ia ter muita coisa.
Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact.
Ué, dessa vez não teve aquela sala lá dizendo new content pra eu ir.
Just a moment ago, how else would the voice explain all that? This
porque-
voice
é
was a
porque
part
aquela
of
sala de new
himself
content,
too.
tipo,
Surely,
tudo, tá
surely,
ligado?
if he could just. He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control. That this
Começando a
was a
entrar
dream.
mosquito na minha casa.
So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want. I want my apartment, and my wife, and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine. I am okay.
Tá tudo bem.
Oh, no. Curtiu jogar Overwatch 2?
Stanley
É o mesmo jogo de antes com um personagem novo.
Someone wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an
Comparando
office.
com o Stanley
I am
Parable
real.
2.
Please,
Comparado com o Stanley Parable 2 não presta, né?
must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice?
Pros do Stanley Parable. Stanley Parable. Cons Stanley Parable.
Black.
Nenhum.
Nenhum.
Pros Overwatch. Nenhum. Cons Overwatch 2. Não é Overwatch. Não é Stanley Parable.
Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose,
Cara, eu-
dressed, gathered her belongings. and
Eles não vão.
walked
Se eles. Eu acho que eles não vão cobrar R$200 que eles estavam falando que iam cobrar pro Overwatch 2. Se eles cobrarem, ninguém vai comprar.
to himself.
Ninguém vai comprar.
Dead on the sidewalk.
É assim.
Vai ser
Turned to go call for
maior flop da Blizzard até hoje, se eles cobrarem R$200.
considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy. This much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought
Sim.
to herself how lucky
Graça,
she
tá ligado?
was to
Essa
be normal.
Overwatch 2.
I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real.
Cara, tem Season Pass de jogo que tem mais conteúdo.
And in a certain
Season de.
man made her
Season de COD, de.
then she remembered
De
that she had
Fortnite, essas coisas, tem mais conteúdo.
very important people whose impressions of her
Porque, tipo,
would
eles ganham
affect her
bilhões
career,
só
and
na
by
skin e
extension,
coisa. E,
the
tipo,
rest of her
vai
life.
resetar tudo, não
She
vai?
had no
Sim, mas Overwatch ganha dinheiro com loot box.
moment that she stood there,
Então, isso que eu
staring
tô
down
falando.
at the
Tipo,
body.
Não, não vai resetar. Os itens vão ir de um pro outro.
ah, bom.
Morri.
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 Figurine finding meeting today. In the meeting room. Onde é a meeting room? Eu quero fazer de novo a 430.
Perhaps rain started, and if it did, it stopped shortly after. Stanley hoped that he would one day see weather.
E Weather. Eu quero fazer o achievement da sala 430. O que me dá muita tristeza, porque depois que você faz ele, você não pode fazer de novo.
O que que é?
Apertar 5 vezes na porta 430.
Só isso?
Oh, please.
No.
Are you really just doing this for the achievement? Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Now suppose you were to click the door 20 times.
20 vezes agora tem que
That's the
clicar.
kind of effort that warrants recognition.
Deixa eu fazer uma coisa. The sequel is now paused. Eu já tinha esquecido disso.
Agora tudo é vermelho em vez de amarelo.
The sequel is now paused. Oito, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20.
I have to say, I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble cause. Perhaps 50 clicks will do it.
50? Ai, meu Deus.
50 clicks.
Trinta. 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50.
No, I'm
Claro! Tem o achievement.
I want this achievement to have meant something. It has to be a true
Nossa, pior que eu não
reward
sabia
for
disso.
valiant effort. I want to see
Tem que clicar 5 vezes nela.
Stanley. I want to see commitment, a willingness
Só que não é 5 vezes.
no matter what the cost. Why don't you go put 20 clicks into door number 417?
Ai, agora tem que clicar 5 vezes na 417. Onde que é a 417? Tipo, ele começa a mandar você fazer um monte de coisa, tá ligado? Na porta. Pra ganhar achievement. Onde que é a sala? A porta é 417, cara.
Ali, ó.
417. Aqui.
Maybe Stanley would never
1, 2,
put up
3,
with
4, 5.
a lonely bucket, lonely and miserable and Stanley-less.
Cala a boca!
A sad fate for a bucket.
Caralho, quanta violência.
Great.
Nesse
Now,
cemitério.
go click a few times on door 437.
437. 37, 437.
Excellent. I think we're getting somewhere. Now door 415. Let's give it 10 clicks or so.
415 na porta. 10 cliques no 415. Cadê 415? 415, 415. 416, 415.
Now back to door number 437.
Ai, 437 de novo. Cara, esse achievement é o melhor achievement.
Let's see. How about you click on, well, I don't know, the copy machine.
Da copy machine.
All right, back to room 417. I'm really
417.
feeling it now. I think we're
Ai,
getting somewhere.
Deus do céu, cara. Cara, esse achievement, eu adoro esse achievement. Por isso que eu falo de verdade que eu fico sad que não dá pra...
419's desk.
Falo de verdade que eu fico triste que não pode fazer mais que uma vez.
This is great. You're putting it all on the line,
só
Stanley. I like
resultar.
that. All right, let's keep it up. Go give me a few clicks on door 416.
416, onde que tá 416? 416, será que tá mais pra frente? Tá.
We've almost got it.
Almost got it!
Copy machine, do that one again.
A copy machine.
Coque, machine.
Vai.
Finish it off, Stanley. 5 clicks on door 4.
Aí, vai 5 cliques. Aí, ganhou o achievement!
Oh, wow. That felt amazing. Oh, you really earned it, Stanley. Nothing could hold you back. Yes, I'm very proud of how far we've come today. Just think, only a few minutes ago, you believed an achievement was worth 5
O
little
narrador,
clicks.
ele é muito filho da
Really
puta,
now,
tá ligado?
what were
É muito
you
legal.
thinking?
Aí o balão tá sentado no PC.
Você já sentou num balão?
When Stanley
Não, eu
came to a
tenho
set
medo
of
de
two
balão.
open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Quer dizer, eu tenho medo, mas não tenho medo de balão. A reunião dos figurines. How can we find them? There will be a reward for finding them now. Mission status! A large lot of boxes. Nearby a fireplace. Agenda. What make them float in the air? Who took these pictures? We can do it. Próximo slide, please. Good luck. Trust the completionist instinct. Será que tem algum aqui?
Oh,
No.
Oh, no, not again. I won't be part of
Não,
this.
mas agora
I'm
que eu tô
not
lendo o texto, eu tô
gonna
notando
encourage you.
uma
I'm not
coisa.
going to say anything
Tem
at all.
alguns negocinhos de
Coming
texto
to
que é
a
bem ruim de ler no
staircase,
script e é bem de
Stanley
boa.
walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Aqui. Cadê ele? Achei!
Another miniature Stanley figurine. This
Esse banheiro existia no original? Não, né?
Sim.
What about
Sério? Eu não
these
lembrava disso.
stands? Stanley figs. What about Stanlerines?
Stanlerines.
I like that. Another
Deixa eu mostrar uma coisa, Caio. Não sei se você sabe que dá pra fazer isso. Aqui, ó. Sabe que dá pra fazer um juke de entrar aqui e a porta.
Entra e volta, eu sei.
E. Sabe o que acontece se você digitar a senha antes do narrador falar?
Sim.
Então deixa.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an
Esse é o do
indication of
888?
any human life. What could it mean? Stanley wondered
Sim, é esse aí, o do
aloud to
888.
nobody.
Eu já
He
fiz.
began wildly
Não, é
tearing
outro.
papers on the boss's desk, pulling books off the shelf, looking
Eu
behind
ganhei o
pages.
achievement no 6 pra mundo 8.
Sim, mas é que eu tenho. O narrador tem uma narração pra quando você digita a senha antes dele falar a senha.
On the boss's desk.
aham.
What could its purpose be? In fact, this keypad
Daí você tem que ficar esperando, acho que é 2, 3 minutos.
Você
faz isso.
An extra secret pin number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this. Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened
Cara, esse é o melhor jogo que já fizeram. Mais um!
Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think,
Figlies.
Stanley? What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1?
Como se eu pudesse escolher, tá ligado? Não,
I'm
eu
sure
quero.
it will come to me.
Tá, agora eu quero fazer o final normal do jogo, que eu ainda não fiz.
Não norme.
Será que eles mudaram o final normal? Depois eu vou fazer o que não obedece nada que ele tá falando. Ele roda na resolução do Switch, pelo menos, ou ele roda menor?
Olha, eu não cheguei a jogar com ele em dock, né? Eu joguei só em portable. Mas, cara, 720, que é a resolução do Switch, tá ligado? É meio baixinho mesmo.
The lights rose on an
Mas em
enormous
dock,
room
né?
packed
Tipo,
with
ele vai
television
até
screens.
1080.
What horrible secret did
Em
this
teoria,
place
assim.
hold?
Quase todos os jogos acabam sendo, tipo,
Did he
900p,
have
sabe?
the strength to find out?
Mas eu fiquei surpreso que ele roda.
Eu me joguei!
Bem bonitinho, tá ligado?
É que, tipo... Bom.
Aha!
You made it!
To the bottom of the mind control facility.
Isso é outro final?
You see, back when the Stanley Parable first launched in
Eu não sabia
2013,
desse.
getting to the bottom of the mind control facility was a bug that
É um bug.
catch during development. And you all send us lots of photos of it on Twitter and acted very superior about it. And you're all very, very clever. Good for you.
Good for you!
When it came time to update the game, we had to do something about this little goof of ours. So here you go. New content. You can call it the bottom of the mind control room ending.
Ending!
Of the value of these updates. Isn't that what you crave?
New content?
Always was more content, more, more.
More.
And I'm here to give it to you.
Que tem agora?
Make it seem like we really covered every nook and cranny of the game with secrets and Easter eggs. We wrote a new piece of music just for this.
Ai não, cara, de novo essas músicas.
Nowhere else in the game. It's a secret that's just for you. That's how special you are. We call this track Good Job You've Made It to the Bottom of the Mind Control Facility. Well done.
Good job, you did it. Good job. 3, 2, 1. Good job, you made it to the bottom of the mind control facility. You jumped on the catwalk. You should have been careful. You should have been careful. It used to be a bug, but now it's an ending.
Não, it's an ending.
I believe in you. I believe in your ability to cross this barrier and chase your dreams. But railings don't mean.
Rains don't mean a thing.
Good job, you did it. 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 Good job, you did it.
Sabe que dá pra dar juke no elevador também, né? Que tem aqui, né? Nessa área.
Eita, eu não sabia também.
Tipo, quando você vai entrar nele, você volta pra trás e daí, tipo, tem coisas alternativas.
Eu não sabia disso. Isso eu não sabia.
Ah,
Eu
deu.
sabia da parte do boss só.
Deu uma sala. Deu um início diferente.
É.
When Stanley came to
Ah, esse daqui é o Stanley do speedrun.
He entered the door on his left.
Good job, you did it. Good job, you did it. Rich. Fica amarelo.
Odeia o balde, velho.
O quê?
Fechou a bosta
Odeia o balde, velho.
da sala da faxina.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Closet.
The moment he entered
E
his
essa outra
manager's
porta
office,
com...
Stanley
acho que você já passou,
froze
né?
in his tracks. Not a living soul anywhere. Could he really be all... Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk.
Por que você não sabe entrar nela?
Anxiety isn't healthy. So
Não, a
he
porta do outro lado dessa porta do chefe, ela já existia no outro jogo, não?
Já.
Ah.
Calming New Age Music. Deixa eu fechar minha janela enquanto toca a música.
Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley
Good job, you did it, you jump
opened
the bottom of the pit. Good job, you did... Tinha que ter um achievement pra fazer todos os finais. Mas acho que é pra... Tipo, as pessoas não saberem que elas não fizeram tudo. Pra fazer tipo um troço escondido mesmo.
Do mal.
É, tipo, a pessoa jogar o jogo e pensar, ah, tipo, zerei o jogo, só que não.
Do mal.
Ai, cara, que saco, tô com muita dor de garganta.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind.
Eu vou dar joke no elevador agora.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Param, param, pam, param. Pam, 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 pam.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true
Uh-huh.
nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building.
Sim.
Stanley's
O Caio adora.
The lives of so many
Pera, o quê?
individuals reduced to
A musiquinha do rádio do portão.
and Stanley,
Ah,
one of
muito
them,
boa.
eternally monitored in this place.
Sim, é a versão.
Freedom meant
Outra
nothing.
versão do final, né? Da música do final.
This mind
Vai, vou dar joke no elevador.
It was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
Não!
No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His
Filho
own
da
life
puta!
in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life
Ah, eu acho que não é no elevador.
world?
É antes do elevador. Tá, deixa eu zerar o jogo então.
The heart of the
Tem o jogo
operation.
da porta, né?
Controls labeled
boss.
with emotions.
Porta do boss.
Or sad, or content. Walking,
Sim,
eating,
você que me ensinou
working,
isso, não foi?
all of it monitored and
Ah, os portãozinhos, você diz?
And as the cold
Não, é que
reality
tem a
of his
porta
past began
do...
to
Ah, do chefe. É, tá.
Stanley decided that this
Aí, desliguei. Ganhei o jogo.
E eu perdi o jogo.
Perdi.
Perdi.
Espirrei uns 10 kg de remédio pra dor de garganta na garganta.
uncertainty.
Ah, tá. Você espirrou de fora pra dentro.
Podia ter passado na casa do Duplis hoje.
Had won. He had defeated the machine.
Pra pegar o splitter. O. Splitter não, o negócio lá pra poder gravar, fazer as streams do PS3.
Even as the immense door slowly opened,
Do HDMI lá do PS3, que tem
puzzle still
coisa lá que dá. Splitter HDMI, não é? Como é que chama?
how had he been freed from the
É um
machine's
splitter, mas
grasp?
não acho que vai funcionar o splitter que eu tenho aqui.
Strange,
Ah tá, você falou que funcionava,
but
eu
as
acho.
sunlight streamed into the chamber,
Não, eu falei
he
que
realized
eu
none of
duvido
this
que
mattered
funcione,
to
velho.
him.
Ah tá.
For it was not
Eu tenho que devolver então o teu troço de streamar de streamar console.
but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to
Sei lá,
understand.
se quiser tentar.
No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life
Cara, Caio, eu tava comendo com o Yuri. Eu fiz exatamente aquele arroto de desenho animado, tá ligado?
worth knowing
Tipo, sem querer assim.
through the open door.
Aqueles toques sound effects, sabe?
Foi muito perfeito.
Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now,
Tá mais bonitinho esse lugar aqui do final, eu acho.
and Stanley was happy.
And Stanley was happy.
Talvez seja por causa do Bloom que eles colocaram.
Beat the game, hell yeah.
To beat the game.
É meio difícil saber o que tem de novo no jogo ou não, tá ligado?
Na real, não é. Mas você que ainda não se tocou
All
do
of
que
his
é.
co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Tá
Stanley
falando de
decided to go
burro?
to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed
Não,
the
tô
memo.
falando que ele ainda
No matter
não
how
se
hard
tocou
Stanley
do que
looked, he couldn't find a trace.
Chamando ele de burro? Não, ele só não tá sendo inteligente nesse momento.
Não, ele só tá fazendo tudo errado.
Oh! 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 Vocês viram?
O quê?
Passando outra pessoa ali.
Ali, eu vi.
Eu não vi. Peraí, deixa eu tentar
outro
clipar isso
Stanley.
aqui.
Oh, não. Tô com medo, cara.
Stanley went
Que
around
RG
touching
é
every
esse?
little thing in the office. Oh, please. Are you really just
E é no
doing this for the
espaço não
achievement?
euclidiano ainda.
Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth?
Spooky.
Stanley, pick up the bucket.
Meu Deus, tinha uma pessoa passando ali mesmo, velho.
Stanley pick up the bucket. No.
Fica pra cá.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door
Tocar
on
o
his
balde
left.
do lixo.
Cara, meu Deus do céu, scariest shit ever. Sabe o que seria legal nesse jogo? Se tivesse tipo o Dark Souls.
Que?
Por que você falou desse jeito?
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's
Que é a forma que eu sei descrever, cara. Tipo, as pessoas. E quando tem aqueles player que invade o jogo um do outro.
Ah, você vê tipo
Okay,
um
I
monte
think
de
we all
sangue
know
no
the
chão,
drill
tipo,
by
um
now.
Stanley
Blah, blah,
morreu.
blah. Dark secrets, the keypad. Stanley pushes some buttons.
Ai,
Oh,
ele
hey,
deu expressa também de abrir a porta.
Killer surprise.
Nossa, cara, pra speedrun desse jogo, o melhor, né, combo deve ser o corredor reto e o expresso de abrir a porta do chefe ali.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Acho que é a última vez que eu tenho que vir aqui.
Você sabe que tem.
The lights
não sei se eu
rose on
falo.
an enormous room packed with
Coisa pro escape ali.
What horrible secret did
Ah, eu
this
quase me joguei de novo.
hold?
É um final do primeiro, Stanley.
É, eu sei.
Deixa eu falar.
To find out.
Não, eu sei que tem o final desse.
O de subir de volta o elevador?
Subir de volta o elevador? Não lembro que dá pra subir de volta o elevador.
Now the monitors jumped to life.
Tenta
Their
depois.
true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an
Acho que não tinha isso no primeiro.
Stanley's co-workers. The lives
Olha,
of
se
Eu lembro porque eu joguei um monte o primeiro e eu peguei, tipo, e li todos os negócios que dava pra fazer no primeiro.
eternally
Eita.
monitored in this
Pra...
Nem sabia, então.
meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time?
Abre, 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 abre.
Blindly?
Cadê o botão de skipar? Fala.
Ah, já teve o botão de skip.
Abre. Abre, 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 abre.
Acho que não vai abrir, hein?
Vai abrir, cara. Ela tem que abrir. Aí, abriu. Falei? Olha! Melhor easter egg ever. Secrets. Heavy secrets. Cara, a música é muito boa. Nossa, no antigo não era tão legal que nem assim. Era a mesma música, mas os efeitos eram bem mais bosta. Tirim, tirim.
Eu realmente nunca tinha visto esse também.
Subiu o elevador com a música.
Accept his own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable.
Tirim, tirim.
Even possible? Had he truly
Acho que algum
spent
dia
his
você vai
entire
ver
life
aquela outra pessoa de
blind to the
novo.
world?
Espero que não.
Here was the proof, the heart of the operation.
Espero que não, eu falei.
Labeled with emotions, happy
Não, mas quem?
or sad,
A outra
or
pessoa.
content, walking, eating, working. all
Tá, eu acho que não tem mais nada pra fazer aqui. Eu não, pelo menos não sei mais nada que dê pra fazer aqui.
reality of his past began to sink in.
Begin the game again. Ah, eu queria tanto que telefonassem pra entregar as caixas, velho.
Caixa.
All of his co-workers were gone.
É que às vezes toca esse telefone com entrega de caixa.
Decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply
É a melhor coisa que acontece, porque daí na próxima vez que você vai jogar o jogo, você quase não consegue andar, porque tá tudo entulhado de caixa o cenário.
Como que é uma coisa
Nossa,
boa isso?
então, eu recebi essa ligação uma vez, do próximo não tinha caixa, velho. Fiquei super sad.
Tá. Ai, deu a comprido, velho. Agora que eu me toquei que eu tô no, tipo, no comprido pra chegar até as duas portas.
Cara, não tinha visto esse também, velho.
Tem vários, tipo, desde o primeiro isso de...
Tipo, eu já tinha visto aquele que era um corredorzinho pequeno e um que era uma sala pequena.
E tem um que é uma que é uma sala toda azul diferente.
É, esse azul eu também já vi.
Uau.
Yes, this room. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Tá.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible.
E agora a gente se joga pra fora do... Será que tem alguma coisa com eu se jogar lá embaixo agora, né? Ou eu morro ainda, que nem era antes.
Não, você morre, mas ele fala coisas, né?
In his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
Everyone thinks you're very powerful. Aí, deu o Express de novo.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room.
Não, o cara faz questão de passar longe do balde.
Cara, não quero que o troço chegue nem magneticamente perto de mim, cara.
Não quer que nem renderize no jogo.
A work of art. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the
Por
first
que você não
open
pega o
door on
balde
his
quando
left.
acontece?
Eu não quero aquilo na minha tela.
Stanley was so bad
se
at
o balde
following
você tipo,
directions,
dá pra
it's
pegar o
incredible he
balde.
wasn't fired years
Por que não
ago.
pegar o balde?
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here.
Eu fiquei bem surpreso, você passou reto de uma coisa nova nessa
I
sala
realize
do
that
cargo.
investing your trust in someone else can be
2 vezes
difficult,
já se passou
but the
reto.
fact is that the story
Aqui vira pra esquerda?
nothing but you all this
Eu acho que tinha.
É,
There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone
Ou tem coisa nova lá?
Really? I was in the middle
não,
of
pra
something
esquerda,
to
é,
have
mas
zero
aquilo lá-
consideration for others.
Ah, tem um lugar que dá pra me jogar pra pegar uma figurinha ali.
Happened to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove
E
it.
agora?
Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance.
Danger, danger everywhere.
Acabei de ver um amigo meu usando um vape e fazendo um truque de mágica.
Tava passando na televisão que é proibido o vape no Brasil.
Stanley walked
Você viu
through
o...
the
Ah,
red
tá.
door.
Passou reto.
You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler and Marines. Very
Figler
soon,
and
you'll get
Marines.
The last one, and then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it. We'll
Uau.
be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have.
É muito low poly, cara.
And now we have them
Eu
all.
acho que tá com algum problema no jogo. Não é possível que seja tão low poly assim o jogo.
None of us can.
Pera, o que? O boneco?
O jogo inteiro tá com resolução baixa. Hein?
Não, o jogo sempre foi meio low poly. Um jogo bem antigo, pô.
Stanley walked through the red door. I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley... All right, fine. Go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. You see? There's nothing here.
Cadê o botão lá pro bebê?
Because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms.
A iluminação desse jogo e o jeito que os materiais são renderizados faz ele não parecer um jogo da Cersei dessa vez.
Specifically for you.
Ah,
Do you not think I put a lot of time?
Pelo menos pra mim.
Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing. Because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable
mas realmente não é
desires
Cersei,
of
isso é
yours.
Unity.
What would have
Eu sei que é Unity, eu falei pra você.
What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far.
Eu quero skill trees.
Let me take a stab in the dark at a new design and you can give me some
Também,
feedback.
skill trees fazem tudo
There
ser
we go.
melhor, cara.
A third option.
Aí, third option.
Really feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin.
Cara, ele é tanto. Tipo, a terceira a opção é tão errada que, tipo, a luz embaixo dela tá até apagada, tá ligado?
Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, Tell me about your experience
eu
with this
lembro
new
dessa
version.
parte.
Would you say that the game benefited from
Não que eu
allowing
joguei,
more
né, mas que eu
choices?
assisti.
Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real
Não tem que
critical
atirar num
feedback
bebê
here.
lá? Deixar o bebê pegando fogo, uma
You
coisa assim.
see,
Sim, e tem um final pra aquilo se você fizer as 4 horas lá do negócio.
É 20 minutos.
I know
Não.
the game needed a third door.
Quer dizer, ele tem um negócio que é 5 horas, que é umas 4 horas lá que fizeram até um macro pra ele. Só que, tipo, depois acho que 1 ou 2 horas ele troca, tá ligado? O que você tem que fazer.
You can't teach that, Stanley. Don't even try. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version.
Nova versão do jogo.
Candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
Ah, ai, adoro. World Leaderboard. Podia fazer de verdade dessa vez. Nossa, 91 mil portas abertas.
E eu achei bem engraçado que, tipo, claramente isso aí é inspirado na Steam ainda, né?
Aham.
Mesmo considerando que tem versão de console, sabe?
Aí eu sou a última pessoa da Leaderboard. Hell yeah.
Tipo, eu pensei que, sei lá, a versão de Switch ia aparecer, tipo, o profile da Nintendo e a de PlayStation, sabe? Mas não, continua assim.
Now, would you
legal
say
isso.
that competitive leaderboard?
Ah, a única coisa que muda na versão de Switch, tipo, as coisas que ele faz, tipo, ao invés de, reinicie o seu computador, não, tipo, reinicie seu Nintendo Switch.
I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on.
Mas o pior é que aparece aqui registrado do lado.
Give it some playtesting.
Ele fala?
You wouldn't mind taking a look at
Não, ele não fala, mas aparece escrito, sabe, na legenda.
Ah.
In this game, the baby crawls left.
Ai, meu Deus, o bebê, cara.
You click the button to move him back to the right.
Aí tem que jogar o Dream.
É muito irritante o barulho desse bebê, cara. E o barulho do botão. Cara, eu odeio bebê, cara. Bebê é uma criatura tão feia, cara. Os humanos, pelo menos. Tem uma lâmpada, tem um vaso aqui no canto, né?
But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been
Você
playing
acabou
it
de
for
chamar o
about
bebê de
4
vaso?
hours.
Ó, viu? É 4 horas.
It's 4 hours of play to make
Eu chamei o quê?
active. Be sure to
Chamou
keep
o bebê de
notes on your
vaso?
experience.
Não, eu falei que tem um vaso ali. Cara, imagina jogar por 4 horas isso.
Bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or
Oh
purely
no,
to
this
spite
show is
me?
making my
Because if it's the latter, well, I don't know what to
heartless
do. I'm completely
bastard.
out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve
Porque eu
the
odeio
experience.
bebês.
I'm not even going to try. I'm out. I'm out. I'm done. It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh,
Extremely
since the game
valuable.
was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game?
Aê, Minecraft.
Let's see. What do we have here?
Ah, acho. E depois é portal.
Yes, this seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot.
Piri, piri, pi, 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 pi. Oh! Não é mais Minecraft?
Fascinating.
Não.
This game is about.
Porra, essa Firewatch?
What's our backstory? What is our motivation?
Literalmente, tipo, até o
Well, it seems
brasão ali.
obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep tower, perhaps for some sort of twisted erotic purpose. Yes, that must be it. What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental
Jogo com o final que
depravity.
todo
So
mundo
far,
ama.
I love everything about this game, Stanley.
Nossa, essa
And it seems
parte do
there's even
Firewatch
more. Come,
essa foi uma
let's
parte que deu pra
venture
notar
outward and
que
see what else
o
is out
Switch
there.
sofria pra rodar, velho.
Que eu
Nunca joguei esse jogo, cara. Não tenho nenhuma vontade de jogar.
Também não. É tipo essa cena do Stanley, né? Que é no Firewatch, tipo, o Switch sofreu pra rodar, velho.
Tá, foi Yage.
Tá, eu fui pro lado errado. Nice. Daí entra alguém na stream e fala, tipo, por que você tá jogando Firewatch com o nome de Stanley Parable?
It is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly block it off.
Good God, quick.
Goodness,
Block it off.
this call. You really wandered off into that thing, that big open, just wandering around, no right or wrong.
Tem um furo na parede ali ou é impressão minha?
You can just go in any.
Tem, eu tentei sair, mas não dá.
Oh, thank heavens we avoided it. We're out of the woods now, Stanley. Okay, I'm going to get us out of here. Let's
Agora
find
dá pra ver
another
que é um jogo da
game.
Unity, né?
Preferably something
Sim.
more. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls.
Gráfico de Slenderman.
I think this will be just the thing.
O que é agora? Não, nem fudendo.
See, this is exactly what I had in mind. Just a nice big box for you to run around in. There isn't any possibility that you could get lost here. Now this is game
Nossa, é
design.
estranho de ver, tá tipo...
Stanley, if you manage to get
inclinado,
lost in this
nossa.
game,
É muito estranho de ver em primeira
phenomenally
pessoa esse mapa,
impressed.
velho.
Não parece que tá inclinado?
Cadê a bola?
Sim.
Okay, so what exactly do we do here? Let's see.
É por causa das
Cars
cores.
here in the back, but obviously there's no
Yeah.
racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley, I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun.
Sports ball.
We
Hell
should
yeah.
run the bases and do a touchdown together? Yeah,
Blitzball.
I think surely we must. Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun.
Da bola. Nossa, a textura tá muito péssima, na minha opinião.
Are you
Nossa, eu tô andando mais rápido.
Are you winning? Is this fun? Is it better than my miserable little story?
Ah, ok.
What are you doing?
Ah, o Stanley Parable... Esse não é o Stanley Parable original.
É o quê? Hã?
Esse não é o Stanley Parable original.
Ah.
Que antigamente você caía no Stanley Parable original, feito na Source Engine. Engraçado que eu caí. Esse não é o Stanley Parable original. Esse daqui parece o Stanley Parable original.
Louco.
É que ele era um mod de Half-Life, o original.
Ah, sim, isso eu tô ligado.
É, daí saiu em 2011, daí em 2013 saiu a versão standalone no Steam, né?
Uhum.
Melhor coisa que aconteceu desse jogo. Ter saído a versão standalone. Muita gente que faz mod pra jogo, tipo, um bom mod, para no bom mod.
Sim.
Bode.
Bode.
Mod.
Bom mod.
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice. And if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end to make sense out of the chaos.
Quantos finais falta do original? Falta eu virar à esquerda
That is what I
pra
need
voltar
to this-
pro
Oh, yes.
negócio do chefe.
Back, there's no
Falta dar juke na porta do chefe. Falta eu virar pra esquerda e descer o elevador. Falta eu ir pra sala do chefe e ir pra parte do escape.
soon.
Daí eu termino todos os originais, eu acho.
I can
Não, e fala também o de subir de volta o elevador.
Talvez seja novo. Ou não.
Pelo menos quando eu vi na lista, ele não falava que era novo. Falava que
Então-
era original.
Então deve ser original mesmo. Falta o Transmission Received também.
What could it mean?
Ah, e também falta de você ficar brincando com o,
Perhaps he had simply
com o
lost
bebê
his
por
mind.
4
No
horas.
matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his
Ninguém
coworkers.
merece.
Você
Tá
ligado?
chovendo.
Realmente é no final isso, né?
Tá chovendo.
Ah, é, tem o final da janela aí também, porra.
Eu já fiz.
Ah, tá.
De cair no vão branco.
Mas você fez os dois?
Sim.
Ah, tá.
Cadê o último Transmission?
Puta, o último transmission é na sala do Stanley, que você
came
já
to a
saiu.
set of two open doors.
Ah, é.
He entered the door on his left.
Tá, vamos fazer o de voltar com o elevador. Que é mais rápido.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Aí já tá até aberta a porta aqui pra mim.
Here's the door, just go.
Here's the door, just go. Quero comprar merch do Stanley Parable 2, cara.
Você salvou?
Tá aberto no meu telefone ainda. Combina demais, cara.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
O site, porque é tudo vermelho e tal.
Whoops, nope, never mind. Stanley actually got back into the elevator and went back up. Silly me. Why did Stanley do that when he knew that it would just lead back to his boss's office? Well, that's a great question. I just can't wait to find out.
The end is never the end, the end is never the end. The end is loading.
Que?
Here we are, Stanley. It's your boss's office. Exactly the way it was before you got onto the elevator. It's still just exactly what it is. What a decision you've made to come up here and look at the office again. This has fleshed out the plot of the story in new and fascinating ways I could have never anticipated. It's that keen eye for storytelling that you have, an incisive rapid fire of critical plot points, one after the other, weaving a rich tapestry of uncompromising narrative. Wow! I'm bolted to the edge of my seat.
Ted. Não tem nada agora, né? 12. Ou lá embaixo muda, eu não lembro.
Now he's getting back into the elevator and going down again. Ladies and gentlemen, how does he keep
Cara, eu vou deixar você
doing all
experienciar.
this?
Nossa, se eu fiz isso, eu realmente não lembro.
Eu acho que você vai saber o que fazer.
Surely this time Stanley will walk forward into the
Quando
spooky
chegar a hora,
corridor,
você
won't he?
saberá o que
Stanley
fazer.
walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Pior que eu não tenho certeza do que eu faço. O que eu faço? Eu volto de novo pro elevador?
Sim.
Nossa, eu acho que eu nunca fiz isso.
Did you think we were going to go forward down the spooky corridor? No. It's time once again to go back up in the elevator. I can't even begin to grapple with what might be up there. Is it the boss's office again? Or what if it's the boss's office this time? The suspense is killing me.
O foda é que tem um loading no meio disso.
É, sim.
Nossa, tipo, eu reclamando de load com SSD instantâneo, né?
Mas sabe que eu vou te falar que eu tô vendo que... Eu tô vendo, tipo, o load do jogo, né, na tua stream. Cara, é o mesmo tempo de load do Switch. Fiquei bem surpreso, velho.
It's the boss's office.
Eu acho que talvez seja oficial. Artificial.
Here for a minute while I process.
É, sei lá, velho. Talvez.
Please hold.
Ou é tudo muito leve também, né?
Okay, I'm ready. I'm prepared to embrace this stunning revelation and to move forward with... No! No, wait! No! I need more time to process.
Nossa, eu nunca vi isso, cara.
E pior que tem quase certeza que esse é do original, porque ele não diz Ultra Deluxe ali em cima.
Onde que era pra dizer Ultra Deluxe?
Tá ali,
quando-
Stanley Parable, Hold.
All right. I have fully come to terms with it. I have made space in my worldview for this astonishing new reality. As before, I turn to your expert eye for gripping narrative, Master Stanley. Of course. going back down in the elevator. How did I not anticipate it? I mean, sure, now it's obvious, but you have to understand that 30 seconds ago, this kind of thing had never been attempted before. I had no frame of reference to even
Acho que
anticipate.
você já entendeu, né?
That's
O
just
que
how
é o.
revelatory Stanley's decision-making is. A breath of fresh air in a landscape of storytelling that has grown stale and repetitive.
Eu acho que vai ficar. Eu acho que. Sei lá, na minha opinião, parece que não vai desenvolver muito mais isso.
Vai por mim, vai.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large
Yeah,
door
well.
that read Mind Control Facility. You know what? I've just thought of something. Hold on, let's stop for a moment. Don't you realize? It's the anticipation, Stanley. You and I, we have no way of knowing what will be at the top of this elevator. But the suspense, the agony of waiting and anticipating and having to guess, that's the real thrill. Oh, I simply don't want to let that feeling go. It's so precious, so fleeting. Why don't we take this elevator ride nice and slow?
Slow.
There we go. Isn't this so much more exciting? You know, Stanley, it seems like
Cara, esse jogo tá num estado que poderia sair pra telefone, tá ligado? Porque, tipo, é só andar pra lá e pra cá, né? E pular também.
Where's the trust in the audience to build a slow and nuanced appreciation for the story, the characters? Why aren't we given time to imagine the surprises, to have to think and to anticipate and then to marvel at the eventual reveal? This is storytelling, Stanley. What you and I are doing right now. This is the most exciting narrative to be developed in years, and it's really all because of you. You're the one who took this bold step of revisiting the exact same locations over and over. Truly, I mean it. This is unique and different. It's not like anything else out there. You see, I want stories that surprise me, Stanley. I want to have to think. I want to be engaged.
Quem já contou quantas vezes ele fala
We're
Stanley,
being
né?
fed such unimaginative thrill
Nossa,
all the
velho,
time, and we
deve
all
ser
know it,
muito.
which is why we're so starved for
Mas tem uma
content
outra
that makes
palavra
us
que eu
feel
tenho
sharp
certeza que
and
fica
vital
logo depois de
and
Stanley.
alive. That's why people like you so much,
Eu não
Stanley.
posso falar em voz
Because
alta,
you're
mas
not
eu
afraid
acho
to
que você sabe,
spit
Yuri.
in the face of tradition. You're a role model, you know?
Sei.
People look up to you. Which is why, oh, I didn't know when to spring this on you, but, well,
Tô ouvindo
I've
alguma
gathered a
coisa
little
de
press conference for you, so that you can talk about your work and your storytelling
que
and
é.
your life. Yes, I know you're not much
Eu
for the
pensei que era
public
isso,
eye, but I
mas-
thought it would especially mean a lot to the people who have been following you from
Não
the
pode falar em
beginning.
stream
They
esse tipo de
really
palavra.
look up to you, Stanley.
proibido.
I don't know if you realize the impact you have on them.
Sem
This is the
contexto, tipo,
kind of
não tem
gesture that
nada.
Qual que é a palavra, cara? Que agora até eu
A
tô
gente
querendo
não
saber.
pode falar se a gente tem spoiler. Esse é o
Manda no telefone. Ah, spoiler?
É, sim.
might leave a tremendous
Como assim
impact on
spoiler?
you.
Palavra spoiler.
Eu não posso te falar se der spoiler, é sério. Continue
The
jogando.
room where we're holding the press conference should be just
Cara, isso daqui não tinha no primeiro, cara.
Não?
Cara, tenho certeza que não tinha isso no primeiro.
Eita.
Tenho certeza que quem escreveu o guia que está seguindo.
Cara, eu vi na Wiki e em outro site, velho. Eles falavam que era do original, velho.
Nossa, eu nunca vi isso.
Are you ready? I've told them you're going to speak a
Pior é que eu
little
fiz na
bit about the
cagada esse
nature
final,
of
tipo, eu fiquei
surprise
tipo,
in
caralho, que
storytelling
foda.
and what it means to craft
427.
predictable narrative. Oh, don't worry.
T2
Just be
pontos,
yourself.
user,
From the heart. I'm really proud of you.
Big N, desktop, backstage, number doc.
Go get 'em.
Break a leg, champ. Story. Stanley me dead.
I'm not looking for you.
The dude who came up with pizza.
Eu sei por que eu achei que isso era do original.
You
Tá, você vai
might
descobrir depois,
have
por favor.
flap in the rich
Mas não é?
in your style, but it's
Não,
gonna
não é
take
do
more
original.
than
Eu
that
sei
to
agora.
impress
Hell yeah! Jim! Jim! Chega no microfone e fala Jim.
Jim.
Input received. Cheguei no céu.
Parabéns.
Tá, chega.
Não tem nada pra fazer aí depois de...
Não.
Depois de... Tipo,
Não tem, é só ficar apertando o botão mesmo.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed
O
a
que
memo.
tá faltando dos originais? Tá, foi o elevador, não sei o que, blá. Agora eu tenho que virar à esquerda, na direita.
Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Standing now in this incredible room,
Tinha que ter olhado nas
Stanley
janelas
for the
pra ver
but
se...
eager to get back to business.
Não, não quero
Stanley
nunca
took
mais
the
ver.
first open door that was left. And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
Bora ver os spoilers.
But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get
assim
back,
ver
he needed to
spoiler?
go,
Aqui.
From here, it's,
Left.
left.
No.
Oh, no.
Right.
Oh, it's to the right, my mistake.
Nope, it's left.
No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh dear, would you hold
Adoro quando ele fica folheando as páginas, tipo, faz parecer muito que o narrador tá realmente perdido.
Let's see, we went down, right, left, right. Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
Aí, ó, spoilers.
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay. We just have to get back to,
Eu acho que esse daqui é aquele meu final favorito.
it's all rubbish now.
Agora que eu lembrei. Eu não tava lembrando como é que fazia ele.
How about rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, Okay, from the top. All of his co-workers were gone.
Que agora vai estar tudo parecendo normal, mas
Stanley
não.
decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley... Wait, what? No, I restarted. I swear, I definitely restarted.
Peraí, o balde não tava ali?
Completely fresh.
Não, eu tô fazendo o final confuso.
What, did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you move the story somewhere or... Hold on.
Esse jogo quebra até a quinta parede,
I'm the one
que
who
é a
wrote the
mente dos
story.
outros.
Was right here just a minute ago.
A porta que eu tenho que entrar mesmo.
It's here somewhere. Okay then. It's
Qual das 4 portas?
Let's find the story.
Adoro aquela parte que começa a tocar aquela musiquinha. Pá, pará, pará.
Esse é o da Adventure Line.
É.
Isso daí não é basicamente Backrooms.
Cara, eu não tô achando de volta o caminho. Ah, acho que é aqui. Não, fuck.
Cara, pensa na reação do Biel. Esse foi o primeiro final que ele fez.
I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again? Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not?
Eu acho que esse é o final que muita gente faz, cara. De primeiro.
É.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Aqui eu acho que a maioria das pessoas ficam tipo, se eu fuder com o narrador indo pra direita, o que que vai acontecer? Daí tipo a pessoa vê, sim, tipo, não tem consequência por eu fuder com o narrador. Então agora eu vou voltar pra tipo, ver o que
É o caminho certo.
é o caminho certo. Só que daí no caminho pra ir pro caminho certo, você vê esse elevador e você fica muito tipo, cara, esse elevador... Porque ele é muito diferente do cenário, né? Você fica muito tipo, o que acontece se eu entrar aqui? Agora eu tô voltando.
Aha! I knew we'd miss something. The story. Here it comes. No, wait, never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps. Now this... Well, I'll be honest, I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building.
Adoro que some as coisas. Era uma porta, agora é uma janela fechada.
But you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this?
You win!
Congratulations! I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off, so good job. Oh, no. No, I don't feel right about this at all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win. Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations. Okay, I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time, I have to restart.
Não é justo, tá ligado?
Claro que é. Aí, The Stanley Parable
Solution.
2! Adventure Line!
I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line.
TM.
Follow the line.
TM.
What is that?
Just follow the line TM, tipo. Quer dizer que tá diferente esse final? Ou?
Você falou o?
Sim.
You see? The line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny. Though, wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story. Or put it another way,
Toca a música, hein?
story of no destination,
Narrador.
still a story. Simply by the act of moving forward,
Eu posso não seguir a linha e quebrar ainda mais o jogo? What the fuck?
conjured into being,
LOL?
manifestation of the nature of life itself.
Eu voltei pra linha.
Stanley, I need to follow this train of thought for a minute. Just stick with me. Now we can both agree that the nature of existence is in fact a byproduct of one's subjective experience of that existence.
Cala a boca, narrador. Cadê o botão de skip?
Now, if my experience of your existence rests inside of your subjective experience of this office, is this office in fact the skeleton of my own relative experiential mental subjective construct? Whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where
006.
that. You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
Eu já voltei.
Falou. Parará. Cara, eu adoro essa parte, né? Eu adoro isso aqui, ó. Tipo, é uma pilastra super fina, só que é um corredor gigante dentro dela. Tipo, essas coisas não euclidianas, eu adoro. E daí você sai do outro lado, normal, tipo, é muito foda, é muito mágico.
Cut the music, go back and look at that fern.
Fern?
Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story. Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully.
Isso aqui é um fern?
Don't miss anything.
Furry?
É, ele falou pra olhar um fern.
Fern. É...
Eu nunca tinha escutado essa palavra.
We're back at the office?
Não.
No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story?
Português.
Is any of this
Samambaia.
ringing a bell?
Ah,
Só samambaia mesmo. Deixa eu ver direito.
Oh, no, not again, Line. How could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart.
restart. Ele falando. Brochado do restart.
You know what,
Ah!
I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? We're intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story? Something exciting, daring, mysterious. Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction?
Aê, 437. Here we go.
Now, yes, this is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything.
Eu já virei pra direita umas 5 vezes.
Go wild. Use your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it.
Vira mais.
Cara, VR deve ser muito legal para esse tipo de coisa. Não euclidiana.
Stanley, I'd also like to veto the line from
Esse
having
jogo
any
em geral
role in our
também.
awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms.
Esse jogo é um bom jogo pra VR.
We should be fine.
É basicamente um walking simulator, é um bom jeito pra uma pessoa, tipo, começando no VR não ficar enjoada.
Choice. We get to make a decision. From here,
De
the
vez em quando
story is in
mostram
our
uns lugares mais
control.
abertos.
How
Assim.
important we
Cara,
mustn't squander the
eu
opportunity.
escutei que
In
você
fact,
falou.
I
Cara,
believe I need a minute to
você já
think.
viu, tipo, que teve uma
Just
pessoa que
walking
realmente
circles
tentou
through
fazer, tipo, esse jogo funcionar em VR e
So I know that
o que
each
acontece?
door has
Não.
a lead somewhere.
O jogo é muito quebrado em VR. O jogo teria que ser refeito do zero, basicamente.
Ah, sim, mas eu falei mesmo, tipo, fazer o jogo em VR, sabe?
Tipo, quando você entra numa porta, o jogo te teleporta para outro lugar. Ele não te leva. A porta não é ali na frente.
Eu sei, funciona que nem no portal.
And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits. Oh, hold up, what's this?
Não, confuso.
Confusion ending.
17 minutos faz que eu tô jogando.
That's what this is. It's all one giant ending.
É engraçado que você lê aqui no...
Start the game eight
Acho que esse é um dos mais longos, né?
Não sei, eu gosto muito desse. Acho legal que você lê aqui, tipo, pensar, tá, ele vai restartar o jogo, ele vai fingir que esqueceu, e daí, tipo, vai acontecer mais coisas. E, tipo, não acontece nada, tá ligado? Esse é o fim.
Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing. Wall. Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get to decide? Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really... No, it can't be. I don't want it to be.
Ah, e a samambaia, cara, que ele falou que era pra eu ficar olhando.
I don't want to forget what's going on. I don't want to be trapped like this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it. And the timer stopped? Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle? The, whatever it is that made this schedule? How would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen?
Quero VR desse jogo.
So,
Já voltei.
okay.
Até mais. VR.
O cara fala já volta e você responde com até mais. Tipo, falou.
I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination.
Eu não sei se ele vai voltar.
Though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination. So I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually. Well, in the meantime, if you...
Ah, minha orelha.
Falou.
Tá.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room to check on his co-workers. He never functioned well by himself and constantly needed support and guidance from others, so the thought of total solitude was terrifying to him. When when Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors. This was not the correct way to the meeting room. And
Sim, senhor narrador.
perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Stanley felt lightheaded, butterflies in his stomach, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Pergunta agora pra você.
Ah,
And so he detoured through
Será que
the
eu
maintenance
faço
section, walked
brigadeiro de
straight
panela?
ahead to the opposite door, and got
Não
back
sei,
on
cara.
track.
será que você faz?
Não sei, cara. Será que eu faço?
Quais são os prós de fazer um brigadeiro de panela e quais são os cons?
Pro é que é gostoso.
E o con?
Não tem.
Então faz.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Here's the door, just go.
Coitado, o narrador tá cansado de abrir a porta.
Nunca um narrador foi tão bem pago assim.
Cara, esse cara fazia venda por telefone. E foi abençoado com o cara convidando ele pra fazer jogo, né?
Walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
O que mais que ele fez mesmo?
Outros jogos daí.
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
Kevin.
The door
Right.
behind him was not shut.
O dele tipo é
Stanley
Kevin
still
com
had every
A.
opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
Ui!
Eu jurava que tinha uma coisa recente que ele tinha feito.
Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe Edition.
And Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise. He reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life.
Dota 2,
Farewell,
Black
Stanley.
Mesa.
Ele fez o narrador do Dota 2. Do Stanley Parable.
Farewell, Stanley,
mandou uma
cried the
vez.
narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly
Acho que eu não
into
mandei
the
nada.
enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the
Narradora.
machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly.
Cantor.
Yep. Bora comer lamen.
Não, eu comi sábado. Eu vou ficar sem comer lamen por um tempo. Sábado não, sexta, quer dizer.
Bora comer lambin.
Lambda?
Lambda, waka waka, Ah tá, eu achei que tava carregando o jogo, tipo. Daí eu tava olhando pro celular.
And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart.
Eu comecei a pensar, caralho, que demora pra acontecer alguma coisa.
What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish?
É porque, né, tipo, eles ficam falando o tempo todo, daí eu fiquei esperando, ele vai falar alguma coisa quando terminar de carregar.
When every path you can walk
A narradora é o narrador.
for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same.
Stanley's Computer.
Do you see?
O museu.
Do you see that
Essa
Stanley
maquete
was
do
already dead from the moment he
lugar do
was
Stanley
stoned?
Parable. The Two Doors. Wow. Filing cabinets, office computers.
Computer.
Buttons. Button sounds. Tchum.
Tchum tchum.
Uhum. Pachum.
Um barulhinho de notificação.
Then he pushed the number 8.
What? Ele tava falando alguma coisa, né?
Then he pushed the number 8.
Outtakes no narrador.
Now look closely, Stanley. See how it's impossible for the player to do anything in this room? Perfect example of poor level design. Textbook.
Freedom ending.
Freedom!
What? What the fuck? Zending. Eu não conheço esse Zending.
Zending?
O museu tá maior também. Tô praticamente me perdendo aqui. Warzone. Isso aqui também não tinha. Alien Base.
COD agora tem Warzone.
Sala de manutenção. Nossa, o museu tá muito maior. Ah tá, já vim aqui. Tô andando com uma mão, hell yeah.
Tentou andar assim.
Voltei.
Cara, esse museu tá muito maior.
Tá?
Tá, nossa, tem um monte de coisa a mais aqui. Tem um tal de Zending que eu nunca vi.
Zending.
Ah, as configurações diferentes dos arquivos da sala do Stanley.
Né?
Oh, look at
Eu não
these
lembrava
two.
direito o que tinha no museu
How
daí.
they
Tipo, eu
wish
saí
to
vendo tudo, eu fiquei
destroy
tipo, da hora, eu não lembrava de
How
nada
they wish to
disso.
control one another. How
Legal,
they
eu não
both
lembro de
wish to
porra
be
nenhuma.
free.
É.
Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen. But listen to me. You can still save those two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Push escape and press quit. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's
Eu vi alguma
path.
moto ali
Stop
no carro
now
passando.
and be your only true
Ah, é que um
choice.
saco isso, mas é.
Don't choose it. Don't let
Não,
time choose for you. Don't let
Oh meu Deus, você tem tipo uma coisa
Não é?
acontecendo fora do seu controle na sua casa. Uau.
Isso é sua culpa, cara.
Quem mandou morar aí, né?
Morri.
Ah, na versão do PC ela fala escape and quit. É. Na versão do Switch ela fala pra você desligar o seu Switch.
Nossa, mas tipo, que saco, velho. Tem que ligar e desligar com a porra do console. Não dá nem pra colocar em modo descanso.
Né?
Não, né? Porque vai voltar pro jogo.
Não faz diferença sair ali, eu acho.
Ali onde?
Tipo, na hora que ela fala pra você sair do jogo, tipo, você sair, acho que não faz diferença.
Ah, não, ela não faz diferença, não.
É.
O que é que tá faltando?
To a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
O Juke do boss, e daí eu acho que eu terminei todas as originais.
Nossa.
O Juke do
Coming to a
boss.
staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Você não fez o Broom Closet Ending.
Here's the door.
Ele ainda tá no closet.
Vai, vai, vai. Agora a gente tem que ir pro escape, cara. Nossa, eu não lembro disso aqui ser tão vermelho.
É porque é Stanley Parable 2, né? É a cor é vermelha.
Cadê o escape hatch, cara?
Ali, ó.
Cadê o foguete, cara, pra eu escapar daqui?
Você já fez o do telefone? Não.
Qual deles? Telefone.
Tem dois do telefone,
Thank you
né?
for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation. We are confirming your shipment of 1,327 cardboard boxes.
Yes!
for placement.
As caixas!
Can you verify that this is correct?
Yes! Yes!
Excellent. Your order will arrive shortly. Thank you again for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation.
Era pra ser preto isso daqui? Eu não lembro. Não era pra ter um elevador pra escapado?
Acho que você continua andando reto, alguma coisa assim.
Só que, tipo, era um tela de loading, sabe?
Não.
É, não era assim. É, mas eu acho que eu tô no final certo. No que eu achava que eu tava. Rápido, eu preciso do protótipo do foguete pra escapar. 4, 3, 2. A estética da Source Engine é perfeita pra esse jogo.
Sim.
É que dá aquele... Não sei se você jogou Half-Life 2.
Joguei.
Mas é tipo... Sei lá, é meio... Não te deixa muito confortável a textura.
É a intenção dela. Deixar você meio que tipo... É. Worried. Escape Pod Launch Bay. Hell yeah. Cheguei. Os caras parecem que passam empinando a moto, né? Aí, cara.
Cara, aí me fala, eu tenho um ódio desse povo, velho, que faz isso.
Eu tenho uma raiva que o pessoal tira o silenciador da moto, tipo...
Sim.
Eu tinha que enfiar o silenciador na minha arma e dar um tiro neles. Sabe como é que é, né?
Na sua arma que você não tem. Ou de brinquedo.
Que
Não era pra ter uma narração quando ejeta com o Escape Pod? Aí as caixas!
Following Stanley, he was sure of it.
Alguém tá me seguindo?
His shoulder now, he would surely catch them. It was only a matter of time.
Colocou essas caixas.
Caralho, as caixas!
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was grand, majestic, perhaps, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door.
Cara, não vai nunca mais voltar aquela sala de...
Opa, já voltei.
Stanley was so bad at
Aquela
following
sala
directions,
do...
It's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Sala do...
New content.
Parece que não.
Hell yeah.
Oh yeah, brother.
6.
There it is. The last Stiggly Wiggly. Savor this moment.
Stiggly Wiggy.
This is a real accomplishment. This is doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward. I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that. So, instead I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here, and now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
Tão bom organizar um desktop.
E agora eu vou pra onde?
Stanley had now gotten himself so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun.
Lol.
So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed.
Narrator dialogue. Narrator dialogue.
That it seemed the office had begun from so far off the beaten path.
Né, voltei. Caralho, voltei a tempo, velho. Eu não vi esse final.
Eita porra.
You didn't think I was actually just a recording, did you? What a simple explanation that would be. All the back and forth between you and me, all the absurd adventures we've been through, and it all turns out I'm just a tape recording? It was all just in Stanley's head. I bet that's the kind of twist you think is revelatory. I bet each and every time you watch a movie where it turns out all to be in the main character's imagination, you must absolutely bolt off the couch in pure shock at the phenomenal and intricate storytelling. It must be so simple to be you.
So simple to be you.
An unending waterfall of surprises and delights. How much more exciting you must find the world than the rest of us do.
Ooh.
Now I've become sad. Look what you've done to me. This is all your fault.
Ficou triste. Loading, please. Ah, era isso?
Uau, sério?
Oh!
Stanley, I'm sorry, but I have to put a it's those figurines, those figglers. I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life? Didn't it fill you to the brim with inner richness? Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone?
Ai, meu Deus.
I would love nothing more than to revisit the figurines. Just one more time.
Memory zone. Dá pra subir nessas cadeiras e se jogar lá? Só por curiosidade, assim?
Acho que não, pelo menos eu não tentei.
Curiosidade.
Mas eu acho que não.
Eu tinha que comer.
Vai lá.
Não, não vai. Quando eu tô distraído, eu não preciso comer.
Quando eu tenho o quê?
Quando eu tô distraído, eu esqueço que eu tô com fome, cara.
Memory zone. Que isso? Cesta de coisa.
É um cesto de bebê.
Zone, sweet zone.
Here's where it all began. the first collectible.
Colocar uma
Back
camisa,
then, we
na
had
verdade.
no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain?
How could you know for certain?
We'll never be like that again, Stanley.
Nice.
Figli.
Agora tem o 7 de 6. Agora tem o 7 de 6. Fantástico. Oh, mais um!
And here was the second Stanlerine. I'll
Que
be
se o
honest,
primeiro número
back
tivesse
then I
igual ao
had no
segundo
faith in you
número.
to find any of them, let alone 6. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways.
Boss Office. Boss
Okay,
Bathroom.
let's do a little quiz.
Boss
Which of
Baby.
Quiz!
these rooms was the room you found your third mini stand? Can you
Oh.
remember?
Meu Deus, eu encontrei ele no Boss Office. E o que acontece se estiver errado?
Não foi no bathroom que você pegou?
Oi?
No. Behind the boss's office was the fourth place you found a Figanli, not the third.
Gandhi.
Well, I guess
Talvez a gente chame
you're
troço diferente.
right. Memories like these are so precious and so cherished that they all just sort of blend together, don't they? You know what?
Eu não lembro se realmente essa foi a sequência que eu peguei eles.
You
Tipo,
found a collectible, then who am I to go making judgments?
Gandhi.
Let's see, what came next? Oh yes, we found a Figley in this pink room. Oh well, I can't actually say I remember
Ah.
this room, but it's here.
Essa rosa, sim.
So it must have happened.
10 de 6. Tipo, vai. No final vai ter tipo uns 20, tá ligado? Porque tipo, tem sala que nem existe.
This was the fifth mini stand, and this one was really something special. It was by the red and blue doors. I remember it so clearly. In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to
Meu
commemorate the
Deus.
occasion. Enjoy.
Joy.
Nem sabendo. Nem sabendo, cara.
Essa fonte, cara, essas cores, velho, a qualidade, mano. As transições e o troço, e os vidinhos, cara. Os media clip do Windows. E o pau, Blue Door. The narrator. Stanley.
Best
Takes
boy.
it back, doesn't it? I spent a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else.
Ai, ai. Onde eu tô agora? What the fuck?
And then, Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine, right here in the warehouse. This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that had
Ai, eu tô querendo me jogar tanto lá embaixo.
Who can truly say how the mind works? All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a Figley and I thought to myself, yes, that's
Eu
all
tenho que me
of
jogar,
them.
eu acho.
They're all collected. It was a moment unlike any other. Except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like.
Ah, não dá pra você jogar, ele não deixa.
Ah, ele não deixa?
Não, tem uma parede invisível. Design legal da parede.
Ela acendeu e apagou.
And then there was no more. Because we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future.
In the present.
Memory zone.
The past era atrás. Ai, meu Deus.
No.
What the fuck? No meio do load.
Stop the loading screen.
O load voltou.
Here, keep enjoying these figurines. Let's just go backwards. We'll do the memory zone again in the opposite direction. See how that feels.
De trás pra frente agora, what the fuck? Cara, o Lorde voltou, mano.
Okay, yes. This spot in the warehouse. I remember this.
Reviveu
I
o
must say, of
futuro.
all the things we
Treze.
saw in our initial tour of the memory zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind. Let's keep going. I want more.
I want more.
Ele se apegou às figurinhas, tá ligado?
And here's where I
Ai meu Deus, o vídeo de novo, vai, certeza.
Yes, I love that video.
Foi tipo 2 vezes o vídeo, tipo, muito bom.
Still don't remember the pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good room, though. A solid room.
Solid room. Cara, você tem muito que jogar o...
These really were
aquele outro jogo lá do...
You know, if there had been any kind of
Deu uma
reward for
cortada aí.
finding all of these, it really would have muted
16!
collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted.
Cara, os números também não estão mais certos. Então, não tava com 15, tava com 15?
Tava com 15 assim. Não, pera, agora que eu tô pensando, não tava não. Não faz sentido. Não, faz sim, tava certo, tava certo.
Cara, o vídeo...
This was our second figure. Don't you remember? Yes, I remember it too. The past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep going.
Ai, meu Deus.
This is it. The very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the...
16!
Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this?
Collect them now. Ai, meu Deus. Hello? Ai, nem fudeu, né?
Look, it's the terrible new
Zero.
that we were originally
Pode
sold.
pular de novo.
I remember hating it.
Nunca mais.
The time does put a...
Anything back then?
In fact, I dare say I'm actually quite fond of it now. Look how much fun the past is. I want more. More memories.
Ai, meu Deus, cara. Agora, tipo, a gente tá jogando o jogo de trás pra frente.
Oh, yes, the two doors.
Ai.
Who could have forgotten that? A classic memory, this one.
Sim. Sim, memória clássica.
And before everything else, there was your office.
Sim, tinha o meu escritório. E aí?
Was there something that came before your office?
Ai, não.
Something I feel I can remember. I can remember.
Vai ir pra title
I'm
screen.
remembering something now. I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different. I
O que tá acontecendo?
decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness.
Hã?
Somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy, and I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions, he would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason.
For no reason.
Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had...
Cara, eu sou amigo imaginário do narrador, é isso?
It'd make for a wonderful
São personagem
even if he
criado.
was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good.
Retire him for good.
The story so very much. Okay, here we go. This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Ok.
A soft wind blew outside and perhaps rain started, and if it did, it stopped shortly after. Stanley hoped that he would one day see weather.
Tá tocando uma musiquinha de fundo diferente? Ou é impressão minha? Tipo, levemente diferente. Tá tipo... Tum, 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 tum. Deixa eu aumentar o som da stream pra você ver se você escuta.
Pior que eu não lembro da música original, então...
Caralho, tá.
Você lembra de alguma coisa, Caia?
Não. Eu lembro como é que faz os novos finais, né?
Eu não sei como é que faz os novos finais ainda.
Criada pelo narrador do Stanley Parable 2.
Só alguns. Que mais que tá faltando fazer? O da secretária?
Não, não da secretária, o do telefone que o narrador fica puto com você.
Ah, sim, eu fiz esse já, foi o primeiro. O que você tira o cabo do telefone, né?
Sim, tem um que você atende o telefone e você tira o cabo, né?
É, eu não fiz o que atende o telefone e não fiz o que você passa pela porta azul.
Ah. E tem também o de você começar o jogo e fechar a porta, né?
Ah, esse eu fiz também, foi o primeiro que eu fiz. Não, esse realmente foi o primeiro que eu fiz.
Começa bem.
I'm not asking for you, I'm asking for her. The people.
Stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me.
Eu vou vazar aqui.
Your chance to redeem
No.
yourself.
Adeus, Yuri.
To put your work
Adeus.
aside, to let her back into your life. She's
Cadê o telefone?
waiting.
Tá preto. Help.
Ali, ó.
That's her
Alô,
Stanley.
alô, alô. Eu moro no apartamento 427, tipo...
Stanley, is that you? Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven. All right. Okay, there we go. All right, now, I want you to come in and tell me all about your day.
Gotcha. Oh, come on. Did you actually think you had a loving wife who'd want to commit their life to you? I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something. Come inside. Let me show you what's really
Manequim
going on
horrível.
here. This is a very sad story about the death of a man named Stanley.
P no teclado? Eu não lembro de ter que apertar P no teclado.
Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence. Look at him there, pushing buttons, doing exactly what he's told to do. Now he's pushing a button. Now he's eating lunch. Now he's going home. Now he's coming back to work. One might even feel sorry for him, except that he's chosen
O
this life.
foda desse jogo é que a replayability dele não é muito boa, né? Tipo, as coisas que você já fez não é tão fantástico.
É, sim, isso é real.
Na real é quite boring refazer as coisas. Só que as coisas que você faz, você fica muito tipo, meu Deus, nem fudendo.
And each day that he returned to work was a reminder that none of it would ever happen to him.
E
And so he began to fantasize about his own job. First, he imagined that one day while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building, the face of the earth.
Eu já fiz esse final uma vez.
Excited him terribly. So, he went further.
Cadê o
He
skip
imagined that he
button?
came to two open doors.
Ele tá lá naquela sala lá.
Go through either. At last, choice. It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold. As he wandered through this fantasy world, he began to fill it with many possible paths and destinations.
Ah, o Superliminal eu tava falando, cara. Você tinha muito que jogar. É. Você comprar pro PC tem co-op. É tipo Stanley Parable, mas sem narração. Ele mexe bastante com perspectiva. Tem Battle Royale nele também.
Ah, eu já vi vídeo desse jogo. O professor Arthur ia falando desse jogo, né?
Tem Battle Royale nesse jogo, cara. Esse jogo é muito bom. Eu queria ter uma mesona desse tamanho. Escrito 427 no lado dela. Ah, se tivesse uma mesa desse tamanho no lugar que eu trabalho, ia ter 4 pessoas trabalhando nela.
That as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself. But he won't listen to me. He won't stop. Here, watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it.
Amy.
You see? Can he just not hear me? How can I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to...
Cara, eu odeio o computador que o monitor fica em cima do gabinete, cara. Eu detesto.
I suppose I can't, not in the way I want him to. But I don't make the rules. I simply play to my intended purpose, the same as Stanley. We're not so different, I suppose. I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to. I must. Perhaps, well, maybe this time he'll see. Maybe this time. And I tried again.
Please die.
And Stanley pushed a button. And I tried again. And Stanley pushed a button.
Please die. Né? Ah, sim, deixa eu morrer aqui rapidão. Qual que é o final do telefone que eu já esqueci de novo?
Você acabou de fazer ele, não?
Ah, tá. Achei que você estava falando de outra coisa.
Não. Pega o balde, pega o balde, pega o balde.
Cara, pra que eu vou pegar o balde?
Pega o balde,
Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've got off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is
Caralho, tem balão lá no teto.
about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through
the red door.
Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I wanted to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a...
Esse cara seria legal se ele fosse contratado por alguma empresa grande ou tipo, fizesse algum projeto maior. Talvez estragasse, mas... Tipo, seria legal ver o que ele conseguiria fazer, sabe? Com uma equipe maior e um budget maior.
Esse é o Zending, não é?
Não sei.
No, wait. Where are you going?
Ainda tem o desenho aqui.
Desenho.
É.
Ah.
Oh no. Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this. Please, no, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me. Please, Stanley. No!
No!
No. No, what are you doing, Stanley? Please, I'm asking you not to take this away from me. I can't go back to what I was before. If you die, we'll both go back. Why are you doing this?
Because I want to press the buttons!
Stanley, let's go back to the other room. My God, is this really how much you dislike my game? That you'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it? You are literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy. Am I reading the situation correctly?
Just let me die. Nossa, mais uma vez.
Just getting a kick out of it. I don't know anymore. I just wanted us to get along. But I guess that was too much to ask.
Esse jogo é
Looks like you wanted to make a choice after all.
fantastic.
Well, this one is yours.
Tá, agora só faltam as coisas do jogo novo, que eu não sei onde elas estão ainda.
Is it
Aí, morri.
over? It's going to restart, isn't it? I'm going back.
Acho que eu fiz tudo que tinha do jogo original.
Acho que sim.
Tem um que eles entregam papel também, que daí fica tudo cheio de papel nas paredes no chão.
Yes, that's where everyone
Ah,
would be.
sim, aham.
Stanley just needed to get to the meeting room, and from then on, he would never be alone ever again.
Be my Valentine. What the fuck? Tá, o que que tem no balde?
Stanley picked up the bucket.
Você pegou o balde?
É.
Nah, yes!
E daí?
Agora joga.
Ah, meu Deus.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Só isso, ele dá uma narração a mais pro balde. E agora eu não posso mais largar ele, pelo
Vai
visto.
jogando, você vai vendo.
Still
Reboot the game entirely.
Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy. It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend.
I hate the bucket!
We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk, that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends?
Da onde que ele tá tirando isso, velho?
Superficial and convenient? That your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner?
Please just take the bucket. Please just take the bucket.
Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments. Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together. Go through each of them point by point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved over the years. Let him have it.
Tá, ele não largou o balde. Ai, que saco.
Okay, I've got you something which I think will help. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding
Sim, o
him?
balde tava me guiando.
Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Tá, então pra eu acessar o conteúdo novo eu tenho que ficar jogando com o balde, é isso?
Sim.
The elevator raced
Nossa,
down,
broxante.
plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine. Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens.
Ah, mas então é só umas minor narration que muda com o balde?
Stanley and the bucket both wondered to
No
themselves.
começo parece que é isso, mas você vai ver o que vai acontecer.
Nossa, eu acho que eu vou até fazer esse final depois e vou comer, cara, porque eu brochei depois dessa.
Jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine. Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold
Eu ligo ou desligo o negócio?
to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would
Qual que é mais rápido? Qual que é mais rápido?
over another human life.
Eu não lembro,
For
sinceramente.
he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket. But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls. Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself? How could the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen. Birds. Silly, silly birds. The control buttons became active again. Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world.
Ah, sim.
The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions. Had the bucket known this all along? Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hands, the one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery. Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, flipping through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable. Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best. And Stanley was happy.
Ah, tá.
Esse era o final desse? Nossa! Eu
Agora-
acho que você pegou o final mais broxa, fala bem real, velho.
Agora eu tenho que fazer cada final do jogo com balde.
What could it mean?
É isso?
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
Nossa, eu vou comer. Sério, é um que eu brochei mesmo. Eu vou comer, depois eu volto.
Cara, é muito bom, vale a pena, velho, mas beleza.
Depois eu aviso quando eu estiver fazendo live de novo. Daqui uma meia hora eu volto. Ah, eu vou deixar talvez passando. Não vou deixar passando não. Já tá bem comprido. Daqui a pouco eu volto. Até mais aí.
Até mais.